What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the college football playoff bracket has been released. And to the disappointment of all, but the surprise of none, the Texas Longhorns did not make the cut. We will talk about the CFP, plus an early preview of the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl that will pit Texas against Michigan for the second consecutive year. We will recap conference championship weekend as well. Plenty of college football coming up on today's show. Also, a lot of NFL chatter. Big win for the Houston Texans last night in Kansas City. Is the Chiefs dynasty over? Are the Texans now primed to make a big run in 2025? We will get into that. We'll give some love to Texas volleyball and Texas women's basketball. Plenty more to dive into from the world of sports and beyond. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend, and we appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you today, my man?
I am doing well, man. It's a beautiful, brisk, cold morning here in the dripping spring USA, America. I mean, it's cold this morning. You know what? And my Woods comfort system, it cranked on at about 5:30 this morning. I'm like, what is that on for? It can't be that cold, can it? Took a step outside to feed my kitty cats, feed the girls, and let the dog out. And it was like, holy shit, it's freezing out here. It's no joke out there. You know, yesterday was such a beautiful day, BK. It was just gorgeous outside. You know, I get out there. And then towards the evening when I went to feed the cats, dude, when the sun was getting ready to go down, it must have dipped 20 degrees like nobody's business. It was cool, but this is your weather. You like this, or is it just a little too cool for you right now?
Yeah, it's 37, feels like 32 right now.
Yeah, that's too cold. That's too cold.
That's too cold. I mean, I get it. That's winter, but we live in Austin or Central Texas for a reason. I don't want it getting that cold.
Yeah, I have not named this officially winter yet. We're not quite there yet, so I'll let you know.
You're right. No, technically, winter doesn't start for another couple of weeks, so you're right.
Still fall. It's a beautiful fall morning, but damn, it's cold out there. It is so cold. Plus, you know, I'm kind of home alone and I don't do things. I like open up the door. I'll open up this sliding glass door, and instead of closing it behind me, I'll leave it. I figure there's no flies or mosquitoes around anyway. I'll leave it open while I let the dog out. And dude, I go walk back in and I'm like, man, it's cold in here. What just happened here? It took about 3 minutes and the whole bedroom is like frozen. That's what kind of, now I can sleep in that. I can sleep. I love sleeping in the cold like that. I'm used to that from living in the historic Bethlehem area with a wood-burning stove.
Are you scared of being home alone?
No, I'm fine.
Are you worried that this guy is going to come in and try to rob you?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that guy I'd have to shoot. In order to kill him, he's like a zombie. You have to hit him in the head. Hit him in body parts. You have to. If you hit him, you got to go for the head and knock the brain out of that dude for sure. But it was, like I said, it's a nice weekend. It's going to be sunny and dry for this week. But the dry part of it also brings in, for folks that are suffering from allergies, be on the lookout. And a special shout out this morning, of course, good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much to you and your families. Please be safe out there. But my shout out this morning is to who's listening to us. OU Mark from Norman, Oklahoma is listening. Is watching this morning. He and his lovely wife. So they got a playoff game.
Yeah, that's why they're tuned in. They want to hear us talk about OU getting in the playoff and Texas getting left home.
Yeah, well, that was a long shot for Texas to make it.
Yeah, we knew. But it wasn't a long shot for Texas to beat Oklahoma this year.
No, or Texas A&M.
That was pretty easy. Yeah, that was pretty easy too, wasn't it?
Yeah, the only thing we can now stop talking about is how close they came to Ohio State. That can be ended, 6-7, that's all over with because there's a team that not only gets close to them, but they actually beat them.
Right. Yeah, impressive showing from Indiana, pulling off the upset in the Big Ten championship on Saturday night. And the Hoosiers, your number one team in the CFP field. That was the one non-controversial decision that was made yesterday. Everything beyond that was very debatable and will be debated well into the future. Obviously, Miami getting in, Notre Dame getting left out.
That's not debatable. That's wonderful right there.
Yeah, the whole process of how they got there is very debatable. It's very confusing, and it's very frustrating, I think, for Notre Dame fans, who I don't feel very bad for, but also college football fans everywhere who are just looking for a little consistency, and we're not getting it. And Texas fans are confused. Vanderbilt fans are confused. Notre Dame fans are confused. There are college football fans around the country very confused, and I think we're all going to be wondering in 2 Saturdays when we're watching Dolly Madison get boat raced by Oregon and Tulane get boat raced by Ole Miss for the second time this season. Remember, those teams played early in the year, and Ole Miss won 45-10. So we're all going to be wondering when we're watching those games take place, why we continue to do this instead of, I don't know.
Well, I guess Dolly Madison was in the top 25, and they didn't take up anybody's space. There was a room for a champion there.
Yeah, I mean, well, the question is about the format, right? Like the committee, they made the right move putting Dolly Madison in over Duke.
Yeah. Oh, please. Yes, please. Because once Duke won the championship, I was thinking they're going to be begging about winning the ACC and saying we should be in with 5 losses. I'm like, no, you should go play in the whatever bowl and like it.
Well, you know who their head coach is, right?
Oh, yeah. Manny D.
So Manny D was advocating a little bit for that on the field.
That was really a nice try by him. And he had people actually talking about it, but that didn't last. That scuttlebutt didn't last very long.
You could tell he knew they weren't getting in. Like, you have to argue in favor of your team, right?
Sure.
And it's like, we won the ACC. This is a power conference. Like, you can't leave us out. You knew Manny Diaz knew his team didn't have a chance. Like, they didn't even have a watch party together yesterday when the selection show happened because they knew they weren't getting in. So, look, every coach in America would try to fight on the field after the game in that spot. But no, I think we all knew that if Duke upset Virginia, then James Madison was going to get in. And sure enough, that's what happened. So we've got a 12-team playoff with 2 G5 teams. Buck, is that good for the sport?
No, there only needs to be 1. They don't need to have 2. You know, and the BYU people were upset because they thought even losing to Texas Tech for a second time and getting thumped, that they should be in. I'm like, get away from me with that. No, you shouldn't be in.
Well, here's why BYU people are a little confused. And I'm with you. I don't think they should have gotten in. But they watched, after their game ended, they watched Alabama get the same beating that they got. Yeah. Alabama did not drop a single spot in the playoff rankings.
You got to drop. I mean, Ohio State goes from 1 to 2. They should have been at least 3.
Ohio State was at least close in their defeat. I mean, they missed a 29-yard chip shot field goal that would have forced overtime in the game. I'm with you. I mean, you could make a case to flip-flop Georgia and Ohio State between 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But, like, the fact that, you know, Alabama, like Texas lost at Georgia in a game that was more competitive than the Alabama game was on Saturday, and the Longhorns dropped 7 spots. Alabama on a neutral site got smoked by Georgia, and they dropped 0 spots.
Yeah, that's really for them to stay at 9. That was like, you got to go somewhere. You got to go to 12 or something, or 11. I mean, my goodness, that wasn't even close. And by the way, when Texas beats Georgia, I'll probably be buried by then because their players are just too mean. Texas has really good players, but they got really nice guys. Georgia has like mean ass players. They're mean. That's a mean group. Yeah. They play mean and they play with a really bad attitude.
They're really good. I mean, wow. I think they were my pick to win the national championship before the year started, and I don't think I'm coming off of that pick going into the playoff. I mean, that's a really good team.
Really mad after this too. They'll kind of regroup, but Indiana's got it all.
Yeah, Indiana's a good team. Obviously, that was a huge win for them on Saturday night. Their first Big Ten championship since 1967. Also, their first win over Ohio State since 1988.
Isn't that something?
They had lost 30 games in a row against the Buckeyes.
God, being at Illinois, I used to love to play Indiana, and That was one I just took for granted. That's just a win. Let's go get a stat day. Let's have some fun. What a group that coach has there.
It's the best turnaround in college football history. Like, with all due respect to the Taco
K-State.
Bell lover, Bill Snyder, and what he did at Kansas State. And obviously, he turned them around and had them relevant for years. So we'll see if Curt Cignetti can do that. But, I mean, Indiana, going into this year, even after last season when they won 11 games and made the college football playoff, they had more losses as a program than any other FBS team in the sports. And the fact that they have made the playoff at back-to-back years, now they win the Big Ten, and they're the number 1 seed going into the CFP. Yeah, and the job Curt Cignetti has done is second to none in college football. It's incredible what he's got going on in Bloomington.
Or does he have it all? Running back, quarterback, unbelievable defense, wide receivers that are uncoverable. That's going to be a tough out for anybody there.
Yeah, and Fernando Mendoza probably locked out the Heisman Trophy too.
I would say
with that win. It kind of felt like the winner of Indiana, Ohio State, really the quarterback, Fernando Mendoza or Julian Sand, whoever led his team to victory, was going to win the Heisman Trophy. And that was obviously Mendoza who was able to do that. And what a weird kid. I forgot to cut up his press conference. We'll try to get some clips of that.
I saw him kind of screaming and stuff at the end of the game. He was very excited.
Yeah, very excited, very emotional. And
he can be any more excited than the president of the Big 12, that conference, that dude talking about Texas Tech. Your guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm like, what are you trying to do? Why don't you just go kiss Joey McGuire in the mouth then?
Well, yeah, I think Brett Yormark called Joey McGuire his buddy a couple of times.
Oh, my God. I'm like, what is this?
My good friend. I like to present the Big 12 championship.
I'm a big Texas Tech fan, he says. I'm like, yeah, we know that.
Well, at this point, Brett Yormark has to be worried that every good brand that he has is trying to leave his conference. Obviously, that happened with Texas and Oklahoma. And look, Texas Tech, it's not the brand that Texas and Oklahoma is, but Texas Tech, they're building something pretty special. Yes. And with the amount
they'll be out of there soon.
I was going to say, with the amount of money going into that program, like, dude, Tech fans who used to dunk on Texas and, oh my God, you guys think you're better than the Big 12. Screw you guys. This conference is great. You're not better than this. Now a bunch of Tech fans are like, oh, we're better than this. Like, we don't need to stick around here. Let's go somewhere bigger.
This will be too easy. We'll win this every year, they think now.
Which, if they stick around, they've got a pretty clear path to win that league more often than not, I think. But yeah, you could tell there was some ass kissing by Brett Yormark in Arlington on Saturday. Just, hey, we love you guys, Texas Tech. Please don't consider other options.
No.
We know you're probably better than us now, but just stay here, all right?
Stay there. You can get to the playoffs every year. It's all going to work out for you and high school coach McGuire. That should be just great.
Yeah, big win for Texas Tech. Well, that was their first outright conference championship since the 50s. We've all been able to dunk on Texas Tech fans for a long time, and
they're a champion. I watch them. They're pretty good.
Pretty good football team. Yeah, they don't have a lot of weaknesses right now, and they're a top 4 seed. They're the number 4 seed, so they'll get a first-round bye, and they will open up their playoff run in the Orange Bowl, I believe, on January 1st.
And we got a big bowl to go to, though, right?
Texas?
Yeah.
The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Now you're talking.
Does it get bigger than that, Buck?
Only in championship play. That's a pretty nice bowl. That's good. That's good. Hey, that'd be good for the players. Notre Dame said, no thanks, bowl people. Don't even bother us.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
That's so arrogant. That's so arrogant of them. Their players deserve to go and have a good time. This is all about a good time. This isn't about, and I know what Sark will say, oh, it gives us 2 more weeks to practice. Oh, horse shit. Good. Go have a good time.
Well, it does. Does that not matter?
No, that doesn't matter at this time of the year. You need 2 more weeks of practice. No, you don't.
For the young guys for next year? It's obviously not for the game this year.
No, they played enough games. Go home. Come back. Get ready for winter workouts and spring ball. You don't need any more practices. That ain't going to do you any good. Your run game ain't going to get better over the next 2 weeks. Your young guys need a break. It's a long football season. Don't forget, we're in the SEC.
I'm aware of that.
So, no, you don't need any more. That was always great stuff to say when the bowls were relevant. They're not relevant, and another week and a half of practice ain't going to do you shit.
It's not gonna help the young guys at all.
No, dude. Anytime you practice something, you get a little bit better, hopefully.
Okay.
No, but it's not going to do anything for you mentally. You need a break from football. That's what you need to do. But for me, the break would be go and have a great time.
All right.
Well, dude, because the practices at bowl practice, they're just depending on what it's for. And if you're in a big bowl and it's a New Year's Day bowl, you don't want to look like crap. But if you're playing in the Cheez-It Bowl, your practices are going to be kind of bush league practices. Those bowl trips are, your job as a player. I remember back going, from Boston College to Illinois to Texas is you have to be at practice. When the team rolls up, you have to be there. I've seen guys jump out of cars, cabs, Ubers to get onto the field with their unis on those mornings. And those huddles smell like you stick your head in that huddle, it'd be like, wow.
The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, December 31st at 2 p.m. Central Time. It is the last New Year's Bowl that is not a playoff game. So it's a New Year's Eve Bowl. Again, it's not a playoff game. I'm not trying to argue. All right. You even know what that means? What are you saying? What does 6-7 have to do with this?
It's a bowl trip for the kids, BK, and it's going to be fun for them.
Of course.
There's a lot of those players that have never gone to a place like Orlando in that area. It's a fun trip.
Yeah.
But your football team ain't going to get any better from that deal.
I'm curious, where Texas is from a motivation standpoint. And it's the same thing with their opponent, right? I mean, we'll learn over the next 23 days how many Longhorns are going to play in that football game. Obviously, you see a lot of opt-outs nowadays for those non-playoff bowl games. So, some seniors, look at guys like Anthony Hill and Manny Muhammad, who are draft-eligible juniors. Do those guys decide to sit this one out? It could be a very, very different-looking Texas team than the one we saw take the field against Texas A&M in the regular season finale. So, I don't know. I mean, I think it's opportunities for – maybe this is me buying into the coach speak, and Steve Sarkeesian did have a press conference yesterday. We've got some sound for that. But I do think it's an opportunity for some young guys to get some practice, but also some in-game experience and, a game that really doesn't matter all that much in terms of result. I think we could see a lot of young guys get some playing time against a quality Big Ten opponent.
You won't. You'll see the same 3 wide receivers you've seen all year. Trust factor will still be there. The same running backs will be playing in the game. Nothing will change.
Nothing will change.
No. You're going to see one of these great freshman wide receivers come through now. I don't think so. I mean, they may get in the game for a play or two, but there's not going to be any meaningful series by them. But I would say for guys like Manny Muhammad, where you can make yourself some money by actually playing in this game. And you're knocking on wood that you don't get hurt. But if you go and play pretty well against a Michigan team, this is not just Joe Smo that you're playing against. I mean, Anthony Hill's probably not going to play in this. He hadn't played the last couple games. I can't see him jumping out there when he's got something wrong with his hand. He's not going to do anything for his stock if he hurts his hand again. That would not be good. But some other guys, who knows? The left tackle could help in his decision if he has a nationally televised game where he plays real well. That could help him. But the ones who play in that game are the ones that are probably coming back,
Right. Yeah. Well, that's we'll see what happens there. Here's Steve Sarkeesian yesterday. He was asked about players potentially opting out of the Cheez-It Bowl, and here's what he said.
As far as us moving forward, for me, and I think for our players, one of the key messages has to continue to be, it's not about what just happened to us. It's about what are we going to do moving forward. And that'll be our message starting tomorrow morning with the team and the players. Naturally, we're going to have discussions with a variety of players, some that have NFL aspirations, some that may be thinking about potentially going to other schools. That's the reality of the state of college football right now. But I think, jumping to that too soon and making an emotional decision, I think can be where we can make a mistake. And so we've got to be cognizant of that's the reality of the state of college football, but also let's make sure that we're making really good, conscientious decisions with the right information, and not do anything out of with emotion or frustration. And so that'll be the process starting tomorrow, and I'm sure it'll take a little bit of time to get to the final number of who may and who may not play. But that's okay. We've got a really young football team. We've got a lot of good young players that are chomping at the bit for their opportunity to play. We're going to get a lot of extended practice time. Essentially, this is going to turn into another spring ball for us, where a lot of young players are going to get an opportunity to show how much they've grown and developed over the season, and with the opportunity to potentially play in this game, where this game doesn't count against their eligibility. So looking forward to all parties on our team hopefully contributing to the success in this game.
Yeah, I used to believe in that stuff, but nah, this some more experience. No, those guys should have been. They could have got experience during the course of the season if you thought enough of them. What they were doing till now, I'm looking like, really? You didn't trust them then, but now you go trust them in the bowl game down in Orlando. This is the time to do it. No, it's the time to go rest and get yourself ready to come back for.
Why do the young guys need to rest? They haven't been playing.
Well, they just to get away from this, just to get away from football.
I mean, the game's 23 days away. Like, they're not going to be going all systems go for the next 23 days.
I don't think you do anything for yourself in this, except for if you're there to say, listen, they deserve it. This is a free trip of going there. That's what I feel like it is. We'll get some practices in. We're not going out there and just jacking around, but it ends up being semi that way. I've been to a bunch of bowl games. It can be that way.
Sure.
But I never thought that it was a great opportunity for me to look at somebody else for the spring. I thought, we go play this. You have a good time. You go relax a little bit. I'll see you in winter workouts in spring, and then I'll see how good you are. I'm not trying to get you to be really good in these week and a half of practices leading up to a bowl game on the 31st. It's tough mentally to do that. It's been a long mental grind for them anyway.
For sure.
They've had 2 byes. But this has been the league is tough. The league is tough. It's very disappointing at the end. What happened at the end here, and so sometimes a mental break is just as good as you practicing for a week.
Yeah, well, they'll get the mental break, I guess, after the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl is done. But yeah, look, I don't think anyone's going to win a job with the way that they play. You got to obviously come back in the spring and then the summer and next fall and earn your starting job on the 2026 team. But I do think it's a valuable opportunity for some guys to get some more playing time.
What I don't want to happen is somebody to get hurt in a bowl game that's an underclassman that you're relying on, because we know how things can linger, a hamstring, ankles, things like that. I don't want to get somebody hurt on the 31st that I don't see in the spring, or I don't see till late in the summer, and throughout the year that thing's still hanging around there.
Sounds like you want to opt out of this game.
I would have you know what? I would have had a meeting with the players and said, "What do you think, guys? What would you like to do?" If I'm the coach, I'm going to say we're going to go to Orlando. Some of you have never been there. We're going to have a good time. You're going to be in a nice hotel. We're going to practice, and we're going to practice like hell, and we're going to practice hard. But I'd like to let them know this is a reward for a tough season. That's all. And I'm pretty sure Coach has done that. He didn't say this is going to be a prison sentence and you're going to have to get better and we're going to dog you, because nobody dogs anybody at the bowl games, So, it's a reward more so. It's not a reward for the fans. They're not going to pack the house and go. Family members will go. Like I said, if you've never been to, Epcot or the studios and Disney. It's a great trip. Some of these kids have never been anywhere like that.
Disney for New Year's. Come on, Texas fans.
Yeah. Absolutely. Mickey Mouse.
Don't you want to be a part of that? Nobody goes to Disney World on New Year's. I'm sure you'll have the whole park to yourself.
Well, they'll give them. They do a good job there. They do a good job of food. They go of activities for the family and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the reward for it. To tell me that you're freshman and everybody's going to get better, nah.
Well, here's more from Steve Sarkeesian. Obviously, a big headline and a day full of big college football headlines was the fact that Notre Dame chose to opt out of a bowl game. They were, of course, left out of the college football playoff, and in response to that, they released a statement saying, as a team, we've decided to withdraw our name from consideration for a bowl game following the 2025 season. We appreciate all the support from our families and fans, and we're hoping to bring the 12th national title to South Bend.
Yeah, they voted as a team not to go.
Yeah, I don't know who spearheaded that decision. If that was the AD, if that was the head coach, if that was the locker room. But
well, the AD a lot of times, because BK, some of these bowls, you don't make money. When you take your fans and people around the program, you lose money for a hotel room. I mean, you can lose a bunch of money too. But a place like Notre Dame, you know that
they're not doing this because they're worried about money. They're doing it to try to send a message like, hey, we're pissed off because you guys wronged us, and
join a conference and you wouldn't be pissed off.
We're taking our ball and going home.
Well, that's good for them because they need to join a conference. So we wouldn't have all this stuff at the end of the season with them.
Yeah. Oh my God. And apparently a little newsy wrinkle that came out yesterday after the playoff announcement. Apparently, as part of an MOU signed last spring, Notre Dame is assured of a playoff berth if it is ranked in the top 12 starting next year. So, like, if this year's situation happened, Notre Dame would have gotten in and Miami got bumped because of some agreement that was somehow signed behind the scenes between the playoff and Notre Dame. It's like,
see, that shouldn't be.
Can we get in on that? Can Texas get in on something like that to ensure that, we don't get screwed? And what is that about?
Well, Texas will have every opportunity because the second week of next year, they'll play Ohio State.
Right.
Ohio State will either be ranked 1, 2, or 3. So they'll finally have their opportunity. The fourth shot, maybe they can beat them.
Maybe they can. And Notre Dame's going to play a bunch of cupcakes, and they're going to get preferential treatment.
They're going to place that ACC schedule plus the militaries, beat up our military.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Notre Dame's schedule next year, their big non-conference game is against Wisconsin.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're I don't know. I'm with you, man. Play by the same set of rules as everybody else does, and maybe you won't be in this type of situation again. But anyways, Steve Sarkeesian, as we bring it back to Texas, Sark was asked at his press conference yesterday if the Longhorns had thought about opting out of the Cheez-It Bowl the same way Notre Dame opted out of a potential bowl game. Here's what Sark had to say about that.
Well, no, we did not. We felt like if we didn't get into the CFP, being right on the cusp, we'd have an opportunity to go to a really good bowl game. And you think about the long-standing history and tradition of the Citrus Bowl with a really quality opponent being in Michigan, coming out of the Big Ten, that this was going to be a great opportunity for us, for our players, for our team. When you really look at our guys last year, we didn't get the bowl experience at all. When you go to the playoffs coming right out of the SEC championship game, we didn't get the bowl experience. And I think that's part of playing college football is getting some of that bowl experience. If we could have earned a bye, we could have got a little different experience, but we didn't. And so, I want our guys to enjoy this, and I feel like it's the right thing for us to do for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, you probably would have rather play Louisiana Tech or somebody like that because, you don't want to be playing powerhouses like Michigan because that's not a part of your deal. You need to go to a bowl game where you can whip up on somebody, I guess. I think it's great like I said, it's great for the players. If your players say, let's go, never been there, this is another week, hanging out at the hotel, getting to go party, having per diem in my pocket, plus my NIL money. This is a great spot. That's one of the better bowls that they're going to.
Yeah, I mean, it's arguably the biggest non-playoff bowl game that exists, and I don't think anyone's claiming that as a moral victory or anything, but it is a historic bowl game that's been around since the 40s, and it's the top SEC team that missed the playoff against the top Big Ten team that missed the playoff. So it's the two biggest conferences, and it's hey, congrats, you just got snubbed. Here's your reward bowl that Texas gets to play in. But look, I don't know what to expect. I do know the Longhorns opened up as a 4.5-point favorite. I mean, betting on college football is hard when both teams are trying. When you're not sure who's going to play, when you're not sure who really cares about being in the game. I mean, I don't know what to advise from a betting standpoint. I do know the last time Texas played Michigan last year, they kicked the crap out of them in their house. Obviously, a lot of new faces on both sides. But again, just like assuming that's going to happen again feels a little scary.
You don't need to be even thinking about that until you find out who's playing and who's not.
Exactly.
Who's staying and who's not.
Yeah.
I just don't want any soft tissue injuries here. in this game. I mean, once again, you do have to practice. And those guys go out and party, and then they come to practice in the morning, BK, and all kinds of weird stuff happens to your body. It doesn't take your body long. Like you said, you got 20-some days from here until then, and you only have a couple practices at home before you go down there and do stuff. It's scary. It's scary for the head coach. You know, he wants to have a good time, but they got to still play in a game.
Right. Yeah.
So that's you got to make sure that you're buttoned up and not go down there lollygagging and get guys hurt that won't be able to make the spring, that you're wanting to be there in the springtime, you know?
Of course. I mean, that's kind of priority number one, more than winning the game, is just making sure you don't suffer any serious injuries to guys who are going to be key contributors in 2026.
As I said, it's a long season. It's a long season on their body in the SEC. And to then have off for some bunch of time and then try to get it back together and then try to get it cranked up again, that's not easy.
Right. Well, sounds like they're getting back to practice today, and I think it's 15 practices that Texas will have in bowl season.
Just another spring.
Right. So, you know, I don't know how serious those practices will be, but
they're not. The first couple aren't that. It's more stretching and playing catchy catch and doing that. It doesn't get physical till you get about 3 days of real physicality. And dude, and there are a lot of guys that once they get away from the physicality, it's hard to get right back in and stick your nose up in there when a guy's running downhill at you. It's like, I don't know. I was at my mom's. I had a nice dinner a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if I really want to do this.
Yeah,
it's the motivational part here. This is where you have to trust your players and motivate and give them something to lean on and why they're there. But like I said, it's wonderful for the players if you can make them feel great about the season, even though it wasn't the season you're looking for. That, you know, you show them a great time, they'll react to it. They'll play to it. Some of them will, not all.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I think for a guy like Manny Muhammad, you can go make some money in this game.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Manny Muhammad plays in this game. I think he's already done enough to make him some money at the next level. I mean, hypothetically, you're right. Like if he were to play against Michigan and he has 2 interceptions and just balls out, then yeah, that would help.
He screws himself up for the combine because he's limped up and he sprains an ankle.
Yeah,
that ain't helping.
The risk outweighs the reward. It's like playing Ohio State in the non-con. The risk outweighs the reward, Buck.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see Anthony Hill. I don't think we'll see Manny Muhammad. A few other guys. We'll see about Trevor Gooseby. See about Trey Wisner. I think Trey Wisner's a guy who probably should play in that game. If he is contemplating going pro, he could use another.
Is that still out there for him to go pro?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's out there. No decision has been made from Trey Wisner yet regarding his future, but our own Chip Brown last week reported that he is seriously contemplating leaving the University of Texas once this season is done. So, a lot of guys will have decisions to make, and some of those guys will have decisions to make regarding whether or not they play against Michigan on the final day of the year. We will get back into this game a little bit more. We got more sound from Steve Sarkeesian Sunday presser. Obviously, more reaction from the college football playoff bracket. The committee chair, Hunter Yurachek, trying to explain what just happened and doing a horrible job in doing so. Before we dive back in, though, to the wild college football weekend, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And once again, my back couldn't be happier. You know, my boss is not in town, so I got a chance to lift this chair up, BK, and turn it around, put it over there by the big taco. I sat in it and watched ball games, and it was comfortable. Relax the Back does such a great job with office chairs and desks and all the accessories that they have. It is that time of the year, and you know there are a bunch of people with the change in weather talking about how, oh, my back is killing me today. Head on over to the Relax the Back store, and folks can find an accessory or an office chair or a recliner that's going to fit you. Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows also. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free at Relax the Back. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Love Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love my Relax the Back chair as well. Also love my TV setup from Audio Visual Consultations. Oh, yeah, the Buck's got the 85-incher at his place. I've got the 4 TV man cave at my place. And, of course, these 2 TVs behind me all done professionally by Audio-Visual Consultations. They do TVs. They do surround sound speakers. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. They even do heated floors for your bathroom. How nice does that sound this morning?
Wow.
Versus that cold-ass floor that you're probably walking on. You deserve better. Family deserves better. Audio-Visual Consultations. Basically anything that you could think of to take your home to another level, they can do that. And you're going to be buying all these holiday gifts for a bunch of people this season. Now take care of yourself. Now you'll be taking care of your family too and everybody who comes over to your place. But you're really going to enjoy what you get from Audio-Visual Consultations. All you have to do is give them a call, and Tom McKay and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
No doubt about it. And of course, our good friends, if you're seeking that special patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, as I talk about the back, sports medicine, trauma care, and joint replacement. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, maybe you're going to be making your way to Orlando for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Hey, maybe there's a nutcracker or something coming around.
Maybe well, you tell us. You're the expert on cracking nuts.
I don't know. Maybe at the Bass Hall there, concert center there, could be a nutcracker coming there.
Okay.
During the holidays.
You are the TSU nut expert. You claim to be.
Jeez, nuts.
Nobody knows more about nuts than you do.
Oh God.
These nuts.
Yes, thank you very much. But yeah, Centex tickets. Look, any event, sporting event. You've got volleyball still alive in the NCAA tournament. The Longhorns reaching the Sweet 16 for the 20th consecutive year. That's an unbelievable stat that sounds made up, but it is not. Texas volleyball back in action this Friday. Texas basketball, men's and women's tickets, they got you covered. But, of course, concerts, festivals, shows, plays, you name it. If you're trying to go somewhere, Centex Tickets has the seat for you. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at CENTEXtickets.com.
Nice.
All right. Where do you want to go next, Buck? Back to Texas or back to the college football playoff?
There's no use to talk about Texas. We knew that was not going to happen. I mean, there would have had to been mass chaos in order for them to get into the playoff.
Yeah.
Mass chaos. Yeah.
We've kind of known, honestly, since the rankings after Georgia came out, that it was going to be really tough for Texas to get in. And, watching conference championship games this weekend, like on every broadcast, they were doing these resume comparison graphics, right? And Texas wasn't on any of those.
I didn't hear about Texas until Sunday.
Yeah, it was all Alabama, Notre Dame, Miami. Alabama, Notre Dame, Miami. Like it felt like somehow those teams had separated themselves from everybody else. And yeah, I mean, again, we realized going into the weekend that Texas was probably cooked.
Yeah, they weren't going to screw Alabama for 2 years in a row. And the fact that Alabama beat Georgia, came close like Texas did to Ohio State, was enough for the committee. That held, because that spanking that they took on Saturday was enough to make me drop them out of it. I mean, they were awful. They got bludgeoned by Georgia. They really did. They got physically pounded by that group. They got back at them for that regular season loss. Kirby had his guys ready to play, and Bama look lost.
They look lost, and they've looked pretty pedestrian for the last
couple of weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. And, the Tide opened up as a 1.5-point favorite against Oklahoma. We'll obviously get a rematch of that game, and this time it'll be in Norman versus Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
I know OU has its problems, but I don't see a world. I mean, Alabama had -3 rushing yards against Georgia.
I'm looking all around at regular football all over. BK, if you can't run the ball in modern football, no matter what level it is, you can't win. Your quarterback can't just drop back and pass. You can win a couple of games like that, but you can't win meaningful games and championships if you can't run the football. I mean, during a regular, a consistent kind of, you don't have to have 300-yard rushing games, but you can't go -3 against Georgia and expect. I mean, that alone right there should have been you're not need to get in the playoffs. You're not going to find a run. I know the one kid that we saw run for them, he wasn't great all season long. The one who's hurt right now, but damn, -3 yards.
-3 yards. And
the quarterback was a Heisman candidate, and he looks terrible right now.
Yeah. Well, like you said, I mean, it doesn't help when he gets nothing from his run game, but you're right. Ty Simpson, who was the Heisman favorite like a month and a half ago, is now nowhere close to that discussion because he and his team have sort of fallen off a cliff here in the latter stages. So, yeah, I mean, look, Georgia's a better team than Oklahoma, but Oklahoma, I think, has a better defense than Georgia does.
Wow.
So I'm watching Alabama do absolutely nothing against the Dogs on Saturday, and I'm wondering how the hell they're going to score.
Ty Simpson will get sacked like 8 times in this game.
I know. So that's, yeah, look, the committee, the all-powerful, almighty, never wrong college football playoff committee, at least in their eyes, they have basically shown over the last 2 years that you are not going to get punished for what happens in a conference championship game, right? Ohio State dropped 1 spot. All they did was flip-flop with Indiana for losing theirs. Alabama dropped 0 spots, even though they got smoked by Georgia. I know people will say BYU. BYU dropped 1 spot, but they went from outside of the playoff to outside of the playoff. So
right.
I get why their fans are a little annoyed, like, hey, why did we go down, but nobody else really did? I get
you were almost on the outside anyway.
They were on the outside either way. So they didn't like fall from in to out because of the conference title. I think if BYU was in last week, I think they would have stayed in, even with the loss to Texas Tech. So
yeah,
the committee is basically
they've gotten smoked twice by that same group.
Yeah, and they haven't beaten anybody. They shouldn't be in. But the committee has basically said, like, hey, if you play in that extra game, that conference championship game, doesn't matter what happens to you, your fate is not going to change. So there are a lot of people. I mean, Alabama's got 3 losses now. Buck, they lost to Florida State. Florida State lost to Florida. Everyone's dunking on Texas's awful loss to Florida. Florida was better than Florida State, and Alabama got smoked by those guys this year.
They just didn't want to do it to Alabama 2 years in a row. They just, that was the commissioner of the SEC saying, here's a group, don't do it to you people. Right. I'll get in the room with all of you and say that I'm going to make some big decisions here myself, along with the Big Ten guy. Don't do this to Alabama again.
I don't think Alabama's better than Texas right now. I don't think Alabama's better than Notre Dame right now.
No.
I don't know if Alabama.
I don't think they're better than Texas Tech. No, they're not better. There's a lot of groups.
Well, I'm talking about teams that aren't in the playoff, right? There's no chance they're better than Texas Tech or Ohio State or Indiana right now. No. Or Georgia, obviously, as we found out. But that's, a frustrating part. And it's not just Bama. I mean, I feel this way about Miami and a couple of other teams that made the field. It's like I feel like Texas is better.
I just thought that right there was bias by the committee, thinking about what happened the year before. That's all.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Again, I think it has more to do with there's no rule that says you have to follow this, but the committee has just decided.
Well, they change every week. You're right. There are no rules they change every week.
Right. Well, you're right. They don't even follow the actual rules that they have, but there's no actual rule that says you can't get punished if you play and lose your conference championship game. So yet again, they have decided in their unbelievable knowledge and wisdom that none of us possess that no, you do not get punished even if you get absolutely smoked.
Roll over the tie. That's what happened. Wow. Yeah. That was a beatdown.
And look, I'll be rooting for them against Oklahoma, but again, if you ask me right now, 12 days, 13 days, whatever it is before that game happens, I would pick Oklahoma to beat Alabama.
They can't run the ball a lick. That is hard to believe. That's kind of Texas and Alabama. Those are 2 programs when you think about running the ball that they'd have a runner or 2 or 6. I mean, it's like, gee.
It's pretty crazy. Look at her. Obviously, Texas is in that boat too. Like the amount of blue blood programs this year that just haven't been able to run the ball at all. And some like OU and Alabama both made the playoff. I think Texas is a top 10 team in the country right now. They're not in the playoff. Like teams that are really good somehow, despite not being able to run. But it's just head scratching. Like how does Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama not have a difference-making running back? When does that ever happen? Or it's rare if one of them doesn't have one.
Yeah, I'd tell you the fact that the kid that Notre Dame has the Love kid at running back, that helps out them too. People want to see that dude.
No, they don't. They left him out. They didn't want to see that dude. I would
think they want to see that dude. That's why they seem so close anyway. Now they'll see him at a bowl game. No, they won't see him at a bowl. That dude's going to go work out. He's going to his mama's house.
Yeah, he's going to the league. And look, I think Jeremiah Love should be in New York as a Heisman finalist. I honestly think he's the best player in college football this year. So if the Heisman did go to that, which I think it's supposed to, it should go to Jeremiah Love. Again,
he's not going to. He's not showcasing that last week.
Yeah. Well, no,
it's the Merchant Marine to decide to play a game against them.
Right. Yeah. Get one more game in before all the votes are.
The National Guard, the National Guard's team didn't get a chance to play him.
Space Force
was ready. They wouldn't pull the plug though, buddy.
Notre Dame's too scared of the Space Force. I don't want any part of the Space Force. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the committee, they're going to up the teams this year.
Yeah, it feels like that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, we knew that before the year that this was likely the last year of the 12-team playoff, but because of all of the complaining and griping going on out there, like there's no way they don't add on, and it'll probably be 16 teams. I know there's a thought that maybe it'll be 14, but they always go bigger whenever they can. So
yeah, I would say go right to 16 before you jump to 32-team playoff with no more bowl games, and you can play for 5 straight weeks and don't worry about anything else, To
me,
almost get like basketball. Might as well. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's money to be made.
There's money to be made. Yeah. Why not just get rid of the entire regular season? Let's just play.
No, I think if you had 32 teams and you're playing for 5 weeks, BK, we'd have an opportunity. You'd have more, and if you revenue shared there with NIL, getting your NIL money plus playoff money,
32.
They could figure that out. And I think you'd have less guys not play. I bet you more guys would be playing in the games.
Don't encourage that, please.
Oh,
I don't want a 32-team playoff.
You don't want 5 more weeks of football?
Well, if they went 32 teams, they'd probably get rid of a couple of weeks, don't you think? I mean, they'd definitely get rid of conference championship games.
Yeah, there won't be any conference championships, and there won't be any bowl games.
Right, which I don't want them to get rid of the other bowl games.
Yeah, because you like to see those. You like to sit back and watch those New Year's Day bowls too.
It's football, man.
It is, I know.
And it's
you can watch the MAC championship and things like that.
Right. It's important. That stuff matters.
Watch Dolly Madison and Tulane and those groups play.
The bigger issue to me is not, there's not enough teams that get in. The bigger issue is why are we letting James Madison and Tulane get in? Like, why is the format set up to invite bad teams into the playoff, teams that don't have a chance? Look, Tulane has the longest odds to win the championship of any team in the playoff. A little surprised that they're below James Madison, but that's the reality. They are plus 75,000 to win a championship. I went and looked at the odds to win the Stanley Cup in hockey. Obviously different sports, but follow me here. The Nashville Predators have the worst record in the NHL right now. They are plus 40,000 to win the Stanley Cup. So the Predators, who aren't going to sniff the playoff because they're awful, they have a better chance to win the championship in hockey than a team that we actually put in the playoff does in college football. What do we do?
Yeah, they need to have a separate championship and let those teams play and not go and get murdered here. And whether it's week 1 or week 3, they're going to get hammered. They don't have enough depth for it. It's
right. Like Tulane's a 16.5-point dog right now against Ole Miss. James Madison is a 21-point dog against Oregon. Like, would we rather see that?
Oregon is going to destroy them. We're talking about championship play here, playoff play.
I know. Like, would we rather see that instead of Texas going to Eugene or Notre Dame going to Eugene?
Yeah, this is where it doesn't make any sense. This is the Cinderella story. Hey, and the Cinderellas didn't even get in themselves. Vandy, they get to be at home too.
Vandy should be in over those two teams, don't you? Like, Vandy actually has a shot to win a game in the playoff.
And people would have more interest in that too. By the way.
Yes, of course. You kidding me? Vandy Ole Miss, like, what would the line be in that game? 3?
Yeah, but it's time to get rid of Pavi. It's time for him to go and, serve coffee or whatever he's going to do.
You give him a job at Enterprise, huh?
Yeah, whatever he has to go do next, he needs to go do it.
I feel like he's doing the NCAA. I don't know. Is he trying to come back again for another season?
He can't come back.
Oh, my God. Who knows with college football these days? Yeah, Vanderbilt will be playing Iowa in the ReliaQuest Bowl. That is also on December 31st. right before the Texas-Michigan
Well, that
game.
gives me something to do the day before New Year's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back my relax the back chair and watch those games.
Yeah.
You wonder what could have been with Pavia playing in the playoffs.
Right. Right. Yeah. Look, I would have preferred to have seen that. I know you're a Pavia hater, but wouldn't you have preferred to see that over Dolly Madison?
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. I mean, it's like
they're playing, and coaches are gone, aren't they?
They're coaching in the playoffs.
Oh, they're going to coach in the playoffs?
Yep, both Bob Chesney at James Madison and John Summerall at Tulane. They're going to coach their team.
Oh, the only guy who's not coaching is Kiffin. They said, you can't coach. We don't want you here.
Right, yeah. Kiffin tried like those other two guys, but Ole Miss said, nah, we're good.
No, you're not going to have everything your way.
Now, everybody else on Kiffin's staff, like Charlie Wise Jr., the entire offensive staff that has already accepted gigs at LSU, they're allowed to come coach.
Dude, you don't think they're going to catch shit along the way too as they coach before they leave out of there?
It's pretty petty, and the hypocrisy is strong with that one in Oxford. I can tell you that, but
no doubt, those people are going to be on those coaches when they see them on the street. They are going to say all kinds of shit to them. Right. That's a hard one for them to be the coach there.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Ole Miss fans are happy that those other guys are coaching in the playoff. They just all their hate is directed toward Lane. I don't think they're mad at anybody else. They're just mad at Lane. So
plus, if they don't do well and they got to go show up to the new place at LSU with Lane Kiffin, he'll probably be a little prick himself, you know?
Right.
Well, you couldn't win that game. What the hell? What kind of plays are you calling? And now you're going to come here with me at LSU? I expect to be on top of the world immediately.
I think if LSU fans, look, they don't have a lot of patience in Baton Rouge that we've learned. And I think if Ole Miss loses early in the playoff, especially if they lose to Tulane as like a 3-4 favorite, other fans are going to be like, you guys were tanking. You LSU coaches were tanking, trying to lose for us on purpose because your boss Lane told you to.
Wow.
So, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. Tulane could put up 28 against Ole Miss. I guess they could, but again, the first time they played this year was 45-10. Ole Miss had 548 yards of offense. Tulane had 282. So, hey, it's a different game. Different things could happen, but like these two teams already played on the same field in the same spot, a game in Oxford, and it wasn't very close. So,
and their coach is halfway out the door.
I don't know why we need 5. Like, we have to guarantee these conference champions to be in. Like,
dude, and it would have made you sick to your stomach if Duke would have got in for winning the ACC.
Right.
I mean, I watched that game, and I'm like, really?
I know.
Really, Virginia?
I think Duke would have had a better shot than James Madison, though, don't you?
No, about the same. It's about the same.
You're right. We're talking about like a 21-point line or like a 17-point line,
it's
probably.
About the same.
But yeah, the whole format, I don't think the solution is to add more teams, although I do think that's going to happen. But it's more of why are we intentionally leaving good teams out in favor of bad teams? It's the only playoff that does that. And I feel like a team like Texas, but again, it's not just Texas. People will hear this and be like, oh, you're a Longhorn fan, you're a Longhorn grad. Of course, I feel like Notre Dame could win a couple of games in this playoff. I feel like Vanderbilt could win a couple of games in this playoff. Like, that's what I want. We've seen 6 seeds in the NFL win a Super Bowl. We've seen 7 seeds in the last couple of years since they expanded go on runs. We've seen wild card teams in baseball win World Series. We've seen low seeds in hockey. We've seen 8 seeds win the Stanley Cup. Like, you can do that. You can have low-seeded teams actually make a run if they are good. But you're not going to ever get that if you keep inviting teams like Tulane and Dolly Madison.
Yeah, because you're going to be outmanned. You don't have enough depth. That they just get destroyed. And if they get destroyed early in the game, they don't ever come back.
Right. Yeah, it's not like their fault. It's just the way the sport is set up. Like, they just don't have the bodies, the quality and the quantity, like you said, to compete.
We wanted equality for everybody in one big group instead of splitting us up and go have your game, or you play for the championship. That's the power of the equality thing in college sports, period. That's what they want to try to have. And it's not going to work because it's never going to be equal.
Right. We're trying to give everybody a trophy, and freaking Miami. We got to reward the ACC this year. Like, a team that had a 5-loss team win its conference.
Yeah, they wanted to be. They were bitching about it after the game. I think we have something to talk about. No, you don't. You got an AC. You're going to get a ring for winning the ACC and enjoy it.
Right.
And a nice bowl trip.
I think Miami should be in over Notre Dame. I'm wondering why both of those teams are ahead of Texas when I'm looking at the opponents that they face this year. I mean, Miami had 2 unranked losses this season, and they played the 45th best strength of schedule. Texas had 1 unranked loss this season, and they played the 8th ranked strength of schedule. And I'm just wondering, do we need an ACC team in there this year, considering their conference champ lost to UConn a couple of weeks ago?
No.
We're just handing out ribbons to everybody, I guess. And I don't know. It's a mess to me.
Well, Texas, all they have to do is beat Ohio State next year in week 2. Everything will be just fine during the year. And then you can go ahead and lose to Georgia twice if you like.
Right. Well, they don't play
probably
Georgia.
Will.
They don't play Georgia next year in the
that's right. Who else is on that schedule that they could probably lose to?
At LSU is a tough one. They got at A&M. I know you're not going to pick them to lose that game.
Of course not.
They got Oklahoma and Dallas. I know you're not going to pick them to lose that game.
No, there's 2 games. Those are automatics. They're already in the win column.
At Tennessee, it's another tough.
Ooh, that could be a tough one.
Road game. They got.
They'll be ready to get rid of their pudgy head coach.
Oh.
At Tennessee. Oh no, if he comes out with a bad one next year, the talk around that place is going to get thick.
What'd you call him?
He's kind of pudgy. No, he's just a little pudgy. He's not totally big like that, is he?
That's also well done by you, saying the conversation's going to get thick around that place.
It will. It's going to.
It's nicely done right there. Yeah, you might be right. Even though they made the playoff last year, and boy, Josh Heupel was regarded as like a folk hero in Knoxville.
Oh yeah, he was. That didn't last long.
With the way he handled the Nico situation. Remember?
Oh yeah.
There are a lot of coaches that would have been like, well, my quarterback wants $4 million and we made the playoff last year, so we got to give him what he wants to keep him around. And he's like, nah, dude, F you. And Tennessee fans were like, yeah, F you, Nico.
Yeah, they weren't like that at the end of the season.
Right. And then now, look, Nico was horrible and Joey Aguilar was pretty good for Tennessee, but obviously they took a step back as a program this year. And yeah, well, you know how it works in the SEC. 6 new coaches in the conference following this season. So there's always hot seats.
Yeah, I'll feel like over the next couple of years, somewhere along the line, Texas will see Georgia again, and you have to win that game. By the way, you're going to see 1-2. You'll see Ohio State for the 4th time. You think maybe you can not just get close, but actually beat them?
Be nice. Yeah, look, I mean, to win a national championship, that's everyone's goal here, right? For Texas to win a national championship. To do that, you're probably going to have to win at least 1 game against Ohio State or Georgia. You might have to beat both of them on your way.
Yeah, the way the system is, you could have to beat both of them.
Right,
but you're definitely going to have to beat one of the 2 next year.
You'll get a chance. Again, you only get a chance against one of them, at least right now.
Right.
You could see Georgia in Atlanta. You know Georgia's going to be in Atlanta. They always are.
Yes.
So if you get there, you'll probably get your shot against the Dogs too. But yeah.
God, they play at a different level when they're on. They just have, like I said, they have mean dudes that play for them. They have a bunch of really mean players, and they give you that extra when they got you on the ground. They talk shit to you. They drive fast cars. I mean, they're like out of this world mean. That's a mean football team. I know Kirby has wanted to try to tone them down. I don't think he can. You go there, you're just a mean person.
No, he doesn't try to tone them down. He tries to rile them up.
Wow.
Like that. They act like that because of him. That's his personality, and it works.
Dude, they punched Alabama in the face. They were so mad from that first loss. Yeah. Good Lord, did they destroy them. They would, that team looked like they wish they could play 2 more quarters to try to put 60 on them.
Yeah, that was a name your score kind of game on Saturday, I think. And it was only 28-7. But if you watched, I mean, it felt like 56-7 in that one. And
I watched individual players do things to other players. I'm like, wait a minute, is that a penalty? Oh, no, that's just a street fight. That's all.
That's who you want to be, man. That's who you strive to be. They win another SEC championship, and they are one of the favorites to win a national championship here.
Yeah, I was looking. The Kirby hasn't won a lot of SEC championships, but his team didn't seem so excited about winning that. It was like there's something else we're looking for right now.
Well, I think, look, they've struggled against Bama. I mean, Kirby Smart was one for his last 9 against.
Wow.
He was like 1-8 in his last 9 games against Bama. So, yeah, obviously they lost earlier this year at home. It was a game that meant a lot to the coach, and you could tell the players were out for revenge too. And hey, look, Kirby Smart's able to get his guys motivated, even if they're massive favorites. And I know they were favored on Saturday, but obviously having the motivation of, hey, we lost to this team earlier this year. They came into your house and embarrassed you. What are you going to do about it? That's Kirby Smart is better at getting his guys up for a game than anybody else in America.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting when Texas plays Ohio State and Michigan more than some of the Big Ten teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's strange.
Well, hasn't Texas played? Texas has played Georgia more than A&M has played Georgia.
Wow.
The Aggies have been in the SEC since 2012.
Yeah, but I don't. How far do you expect that group to go? What you saw a couple of 2 weeks ago, I don't. There's something missing with them. They don't have that mean deal like Georgia does on defense. They don't seem to be that type.
Yeah. Well, all right, let's get into the bracket here for a second, because we'll talk about some of these first-round playoff games and kind of who has the easiest path to win a national championship. We'll obviously get back into the Longhorn conversation as well. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian's Sunday presser that he held after the playoff announcement came out. But before we get back into that, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Tony C's Pizzas, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been in the BK area for over 15 years. 2 for Tuesday, that would be tomorrow. Don't forget that. Unwine Wednesdays, you get half-price bottles of wine at Tony C's. Great Italian food locations in Round Rock, right beside the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and BK. Love it. Right now, the pizza of the month is the chicken pesto pizza. No, I did not have it yet. I'll get to it, but I did not have it. But Tony C's pizza is absolutely delicious. And love you, Mr. C. And thanks to the folks at Tony C's Pizza.
I got to try me that chicken pesto.
Yes, you told me I've not had chicken on a pizza, so I got to try that.
It's very good. Very, very good.
But I did ice cream myself down yesterday.
Whoa.
Nobody's been home. How about this? I had cherry vanilla with butter pecan mix with eggnog ice cream in it. Oh, did that riled up my innards.
Wait, you had 3 different flavors in one cup?
Oh, yeah. In one bowl. I mean, a bowl of it. I put a whole pint, 2 pints in. One of the cherry vanilla, which I like because it has a little cherries in it.
Yeah.
And then the other one was butter pecan with the pecans in it. And then I put some eggnog in it with a little half and half too.
Oh, wow. Okay, so not eggnog ice cream, the eggnog drink.
The eggnog drink. No, not ice cream. I didn't do the eggnog ice cream. Eggnog ice cream is it's a little too much. I know Creamy Creations by HEB is the best, but I went pint from the corner store. Boom, boom, and then a little eggnog on the side. That was good, man. My stomach was growling all day long. Oh, glad to be at home. Nobody's here. I can use all 3 different bathrooms.
You needed them too. You probably couldn't make it across the house. Whichever one was closest. Was
my goodness! I slide down 18 flights of steps. Yes.
Oh my God, that's 4 dairies in one.
Oh yeah, and I'm not supposed to do that dairy thing, but nobody's around. Nobody, no matter what you do with the bathroom, as soon as you open up the door, the aroma just gets out.
I was smelling something weird yesterday on my walk. Maybe that was coming from your place.
It could have been.
Made all of its way to the Oak Hill area. Oh, man. All right. Well, shout out to Tony C's. I don't know how we got there. Hey, they've got Altstadt Beer at Tony C's in the league.
Yes, they do.
So the best beer. I had more than a few Altstats watching some college football over the weekend. Whatever you have going on, all of your football watching through the postseason. You've got the Army-Navy game coming up this week. You also have, of course, plenty of holiday parties coming up for the rest of the year. The best way to accompany everything that you have going on here in December is with an ice cold Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Check out their Schwartz beer, limited time seasonal brew for the fall. It is cold weather season, which means it is dark beer season. This is incredible. Brewed with Munich and caramel malts. It's got a dark color and brilliant red hues. It's crisp. It's easy drinking, even despite the darker color. Sometimes you see that and you think, this is going to be brutal to drink. No, not the case with the Schwartz beer. It is fantastic. But hey, they still sell the lager and the Kolsch and the Hefeweizen and the light beer. So if you want to go with one of those classics, you can do so. Just get you some Altstadt wherever you buy your beer. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Sweet. Love it.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Oh, man. You want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe both. Maybe you've got a growing family, so you need to add on to your home. Want to add some life to your outdoor space. You want a putting green in your backyard like the Buck. McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you. We trust our homes to McCall. The Bucky has had plenty of work done at his place. Rodney got his master bathroom renovated recently by McCall Custom Homes. It's not just us. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. It's a father-son team with more than 40 years of experience, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do is head to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They'll come out to your place. You tell them what you want to do. They'll tell you what they can do, and then boom, you go from there, and everybody's happy. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or reach out to Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
Okay, I made the mistake of putting some pine straw in the back of my car back there in the hatchback. It's pine straw. It's the long little straw things. Oh, I put a bundle back there, and dude, I was cleaning. I had to use the vacuum at the car wash like 4 times to get that stuff. Those little needles get everywhere. My goodness.
You will be finding pine tar for pine straw for the next 6 months.
Absolutely.
Probably for the rest of your life.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I said, oh, this vacuum will suck that stuff right up. And man, it was like, wow, man, I had it in my golf balls. They were everywhere. They were in my golf bag. It was everywhere. I've had quite a few days, boy. I had for my Friday adventure at the urology Austin. No, I didn't get that, but I did get an ultrasound. And that tool that they use for an ultrasound, when I saw that, and there was like an assistant coming in, and she said, "Oh, I just got to see if you got any liquid in your bladder." And I'm thinking, "You're not sticking that. Where are you sticking that thing?" I looked at her, and it was long, it was thick, and it was shaped like it wasn't shaped. The ultrasound I saw when my wife went to see if it was a boy or a girl or what kind of baby we're having, it looked a little different. This was long and linear, and it had like a kind of little head to it and stuff. And I'm thinking, okay, I know one little spot it's not going in there. It's not like a urinary go in there and this. So I'm thinking there's only one other place you can put that thing. And I don't want it there. I truly don't want that. I didn't want that on a Friday afternoon.
Did she?
No, it's right by your belly, I guess, where your bladder was. And she just kind of roamed around there a little bit. And I left, and only to find out I still have a UTI. So now I'm on different medication and all this water drinking. They had said I still have to continue to do that. But eventually I'd like to see my doctor, but I probably won't get in there until January. It's crazy to try to get a doctor's appointment these days. They pass you on, like I said, I felt like a cheap bottle of wine at a hobo's convention. I got passed around this place. I mean, and I actually was getting up to leave. When the lady said, "I'll be there in a few," look at that thing. Mine was thicker.
She put that in your rectum?
No, dude, on my stomach. Except for mine was thicker. It was almost like she had to two-hand that thing. So when you start thinking, I'm like, where's that going? And so I'm getting ready to leave. I'm getting ready to leave the office. I've got to get down because I got to do like Travis came. And so I'm starting to walk out, and I see a dude. He's behind the counter there. And I said, "Listen, I got to go." He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. We're running a little late around here." I'm like, "Yeah, well, I can't be late. I got to go." And so I go in there and sit down. He comes in, and he says he's a doctor. He gives me his name. I mean, I thought he could have been a janitor. For all I know, he was just standing around the corner.
Was it Matt Damon who came in to run your ultrasound?
Doctor. I got his name down there somewhere. And so I said, "Okay, I'll buy your spill." I said, "I still got this UTI, so I got to be on this different medication." I said, "But when you're telling people I'll be right back in a few minutes to me is 5 minutes. That's it. When it's 20 minutes and 20 minutes goes by, I'm walking out." I mean, you can call me up and tell me what's wrong with me, but I'll leave the facility. It's Friday.
The problem is if you leave the facility, like you said, it takes 6 months to get back in there.
Well, the guy said, "You need to see your regular guy here in the next 3 weeks." I said, yeah, these pills, he said, this medication is stronger than what we had for you before. What do I have? Super UTI? I mean, what I can't get is that other thing, that bacteria in the blood. That's what I don't want fever to come back. So whatever it is I'm doing wrong, or whatever I got, the powerful stuff that I got wrong. And, and I've been careful. I haven't just dropped it in the toilet or anything else. It's, I've been kind of calm. I haven't overplayed with myself or anything. So we need to get this straight. Too old to be getting this stuff.
Dropped it in the toilet?
Yeah. I mean, I talk to the ladies, because ladies get some ladies get UTIs, and they're telling me what I got to take and what cranberry gummies I have to take. And I named this one, and one lady said to me, she goes, that's not powerful enough. And so there's some that's coming by Amazon today for me.
Ooh.
I mean, it's an Amazon product itself.
Okay.
And I just got it's probably straight from India. I just got through talking to all those folks last week.
You do hate Amazon, and you do hate the Indians.
I mean, man.
You've learned that on this show over the years.
Happy holidays, folks.
Oh, my God. Well, glad you're here. I'm glad you're feeling okay, I think. I'm not sure if you are.
I feel great. Now, if I would have got probed by that thing on Friday, I don't know if I would have felt great, or I'd still be over at the doctor's office looking for more. Who knows?
I wish you made a joke about that, right? Like, she brings out the ultrasound machine, and she's like, pull down your pants and turn around. What would you have done?
Oh, no. I would have said, no. I said, I want to see my regular doctor. She did say, if you could undo your belt right there and just, I'm like, okay, that wasn't a drop your drawers. It's just like unbutton it there, and they'll, plus they put a little gel
all
on
the way down. It's going in the front hole this time.
Oh, yeah, oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Well, I knew immediately it wasn't going there. I'm like, because there'd be all kinds of screaming going on here. I just wouldn't let it happen. But I'm thinking, because the doctor has done the other thing to me, that because, I don't know, just being goofy, it was a female. It was a young female. And I'm going, she's not going to attempt to probe me with that thing. I'm not getting backdoored here in the States, am I?
I'm like, you would have liked that, no, with a female doctor?
It was just, I don't even know if she was a doctor. I think she was the one who took my urine and ran with it. She was a urine grabber.
You're right, female. I shouldn't have assumed.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know where this is going. And then she started rubbing my belly with it. I'm like, ooh, that's a lot better than where I thought was going to happen.
Yeah, those things feel kind of good, the ultrasounds.
They're not bad, but I'm just telling you, the one you just saw in the picture, the one I had was thicker.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it did not get inserted into your
my God,
rear end. Your voice would be 3 octaves higher this morning.
You definitely wouldn't be able to do that high school game.
Yeah.
Look at the eye at the end of that thing.
I think she's holding
is that a
condom, sir.
So maybe that does go somewhere else.
Well, for ladies,
no, you can't. No.
For ladies, maybe it goes somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know about for us, but we probably violated 16 HIPAA rules in the last 5 minutes. We'll move on before anybody gets too upset. Oh, God. All right. Back to the playoff, Buck. Here's the bracket. We'll do a little screen share. I think just about everybody's seen it at this point, and everybody knows about it at this point. But here's what we're looking at. I think there are a number of teams that got screwed. And I'm not just talking about teams who got left out of the field altogether. I'm talking about there are certain teams that I think got hosed with just their playoff seed. And I think Texas A&M got more hosed than any team that's in the playoff.
Yeah, how about if they beat that group who they got to play?
I think A&M should be number 5, honestly. They should not get a first-round bye. Obviously, if they beat Texas and made the SEC championship, then they would have gotten one. You lose that game to the Longhorns, you miss out on your conference championship game.
Yes.
You don't get that first-round bye. They shouldn't be that high. But Oregon has not beaten a team ranked in the top 15 this year. Like, Oregon has only played one top 15 team all season long. And I think the bigger issue is actually Ole Miss at number 6, because A&M and Ole Miss have the same record, Buck. I know a lot of people make fun of the Aggie strength of schedule. A&M strength of schedule was number 16 in college football this year. Ole Miss was number 40. So those teams had the exact same record. Neither of them made the conference championship. Ole Miss actually lost their coach which in the rules like could punish them.
Yes.
And the Rebels are still ahead of A&M. And it only matters because, I mean, A&M has to play Miami now. Ole Miss gets to play Tulane out of the G5. A&M has to play a solid enough Miami team. Now, the Aggies are favored, and it's obviously a home game. But I think Texas A&M should be at worst 6, but potentially number 5.
Yeah, well, they got one game to win. They play Miami, then they're going to get hammered by Ohio State.
Look, they'd probably lose to Ohio State or Georgia, right? Like if you're the 6th seed, you play Georgia in round 2. You're the 7th seed, you play Ohio State in round 2.
Yeah.
So I don't think they are beating either of those teams. But
but that first game
they could lose. Yeah, they could lose to Miami. They couldn't lose to Tulane. I know it's A&M. They weren't going to lose to Tulane.
No.
They could lose. Like Miami has like athletes to the Aggies. A&M opened up as a 4.5-point favorite. I would pick the Aggies to win, but again, I think everybody agrees that the U is a much tougher opponent than Tulane. And this year in particular, when the difference between a 6 and a 7, Buck, there's your time to do the dance right there, is that big of a deal.
Yeah, I agree.
Then I think A&M has a very legitimate gripe to be upset about this.
Yeah, that's a tough opener right there.
Yeah,
home, away, or any place else. That's a tough one for them.
Yeah, no doubt about that. When you're looking at the bracket as a whole, Buck, who do you think has the clearest path to make a run to the national championship game?
I kind of like Indiana's path.
Yeah, the 1 seed?
Yeah.
They'll get the winner of OU and Alabama in round 2. A lot of red in the playoff this year. I know. And then Indiana would get the likely winner of Texas Tech and Oregon in the semifinals right there.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's fair. I think the top half of the bracket is easier than the bottom half of the bracket. Again, I just think Georgia and Ohio State are the 2 best teams. So those 2 teams being on the same side and potentially meeting in the semifinal, like Indiana's good, Texas Tech is good. No disrespect to those teams, but I don't think they're I know Indiana just beat Ohio State. So.
Nobody has any respect for Indiana. They just don't.
I know.
No, it's just hard to do. But they are good. Their quarterback is fantastic.
I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, but I don't know. I just don't feel like they're as good as those other 2 teams. But
their coach will let you know how good he is. He'll let you know.
Well, you could talk that kind of trash when you walk the way he does. That guy has won everywhere he's been, and to win at Indiana the way he has is pretty unbelievable.
It's incredible.
But I do think Indiana has a pretty good path to the national championship game. I do think the bottom half of the bracket is more difficult than the top half. And again, I think you've got an underseeded team with Texas A&M. I think you've got the 2 best teams with Ohio State and Georgia.
Did you say, did Georgia play Mississippi this year? Yes, they did.
Yep, Georgia beat Ole Miss this year.
So they're familiar with those 2 when they play each other, because Tulane is not getting out of there.
No, I agree. Which lower seed do you think has the best chance at the upset? You going Alabama?
I just don't think they're going to get better in a week. You know what I'm saying? They're just, after what I saw, they look like they got punished. I would say Miami.
Okay.
I wouldn't say Alabama. I don't. Their team just looks, when their quarterback has not played good over the last couple of weeks, it's a problem. When their great wide receiver looks disinterested, that guy can get open on anybody, and he's just not getting it done. I don't know what it was. I don't know if they had some discipline problems there 2 weeks ago when he caught no balls. He had like 1 ball thrown at him. You can't do that as a coach unless there's a discipline problem, right? He wasn't in on a bunch of series. I didn't understand what that is. He was supposed to be a great player. I know he's had some drops this year, but hell, he's like Wingo. You can't not have him in the game.
You're talking about Ryan Williams at Alabama?
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been the year 2 that he or any of us expected. I mean, he was one of the best players in college football last year as a true freshman, and his numbers have gone down in year number 2. So despite, I think, better quarterback play with Ty Simpson this year versus what Alabama got last year with Jalen Milroe. Right. So, yeah, I mean, Alabama, they've been pretty up and down all season long. And again, the last month, they are not playing good football. I know Bama's favored in that game, by the way, against Oklahoma. I know they're the lower seeded team and they got to go travel to Norman, but they opened up as a 1.5-point favorite against the Sooners. So I guess technically it'd be an upset if Oklahoma won, even though they're the higher seed. So yeah, I mean, that game's a toss-up. Again, I'm leaning OU here today. I would pick A&M to take care of Miami, and I don't think we're going to see any upsets with Dolly Madison or Tulane.
No, what is Oregon going to do? They like to roll it up when they get going.
Yeah, they do. And they're 3-touchdown favorites, so I don't even think they're going to have to try to run the score up to be able to run the score up against James Madison. So that's we'll see. Obviously, last year, none of the teams that got first-round byes won a game in the playoffs.
That's right. They all lost.
Now, the format has changed this year. Last year we had to get 4 conference champs in the top 4 seeds. So you had Boise State and Arizona State in there. This year you've got better teams that are getting these top seeds. But you do wonder, you're going to get that rest versus rust debate pop up a little bit. And, if Oregon steamrolls James Madison, they're going to be playing with some confidence against a Texas Tech team that basically will go a month without playing a college football game. Obviously the same thing holds true with those other first-round matchups too. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I kind of like Oregon against Texas Tech.
I still don't know how Indiana gets those portal guys that come near to school for a year or two. Man, that place, Bloomington, look out. Man. If you're coming there to play basketball, well, it's not even that way anymore in basketball, but it used to be if you're coming there, you're playing basketball.
Right.
You play football. That's a weird vibe there.
It's funny. I have a cousin who goes to Indiana right now, and I asked her, I saw her for Thanksgiving. I'm like, yeah, what's it like? How fun are the football games right now? She's like, oh my God, they're awesome. Everyone's going, we're all bought in, we're tailgating. It's a blast. And I was like, what about basketball? She's like, yeah, I've only been to 1 or 2 basketball games.
Oh yeah. That's
forever. It was football. Yeah, maybe I'll go tailgate, but I'm not going to the game. We're going to get our ass kicked. And now it's no, football is the experience there. Basketball is, I'm okay. I don't need to go to Assembly Hall. We're all right. Some breaking news, at least according to some folks on our YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats. And it has been confirmed by me looking at Twitter. Texas running back CJ Baxter intends to enter the NCAA transfer portal.
It was we knew we really got to know you as a freshman. We really didn't know you very much this year. That's all I can say. And that's probably best for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this a little bit last week, the possibility of Baxter leaving. This whole running back room is going to look vastly different in 2026. There's really only one guy that I'm super confident will be back next year, and that's James Simon. Trey Wisner could go. Baxter obviously did leave. Ricky Stewart, I think, is going to be gone. Jarrett Gibson is already gone. So I think that whole room is about to undergo an extreme makeover. Somebody get Ty Pennington in here. But for Baxter, look, Buck, I mean, I fully believe Texas is going to bring in a running back from the portal.
Yes.
We know they just signed a couple of running backs out of high school last week, and there was no clear and obvious path for CJ Baxter getting playing time.
He wasn't getting better. And they don't have any time for him to try to get better over the course of getting ready to play next year. Somebody has to be ready to go in there and play, whether they're the starter or the backup.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a young guy that can play. You've recruited some unbelievable freshmen. Get them ready to play. Don't tell me they can't pass protect. I don't care. Can they run with the ball?
Right.
I'll get somebody else in there to pass protect if I have to, and I'll let you know that's what's happening. But I want to put the ball in the hands of somebody that can make some plays. They just don't have that. They barely have it with the guy who starts.
Right. Yeah, CJ Baxter is definitely not that guy anymore.
No.
And look, I wish him well. I hope he does get his game back, but this is a Texas team that is going to be all in on trying to win a championship in 2026.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, the version of CJ Baxter post-injury that we've seen is just not good enough to be a significant contributor on a national championship.
Nice kid, good for the program, but
yeah,
I'll find another one who's good for the program and pat him on the back. This one, you need at that position, you need to have a player.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out. It just didn't come back. And I don't know, like I said, he just turned into a fullback. You already let one fullback go. that you thought was a tailback, and good luck to him at Florida A&M.
Jarrett Gibson sending him to FAMU.
Yeah.
We'll see where Jarrett Gibson ends up, but yeah, I mean,
if you don't find one in the portal, BK, and he's got to be a money guy. He's got to be pretty good, and you just have to know that he's good. It doesn't matter where he plays. I don't care where he plays, where he comes from. You just got to know as a coach, whether you're the head coach or the position coach, that no, this guy can play at this level. We need him. We need him. He can do some things for us. They're outstanding. He can't just be some guy taking up a spot.
You need to upgrade at running back. There's no doubt about that. And look, you've got a 5-star freshman coming in with Derek Cooper. I think we're all excited about him, but I don't want to be relying on a freshman to get this running game turned around. You got to go bring somebody in who has skins on the wall at this level. And maybe you bring.
I don't mind relying on a freshman. I mean, those natural guys you hand the ball off to. As long as they know.
The problem is you're not going to know he's a natural. Like, he doesn't get here until the spring. He's not going to start practicing until the portal is closed.
Right.
So you got to bring in a running back from the portal. You can't just say, well, he looks really good in high school and we like his film and we recruited him and gave him all this money for a reason. So we're handing him the keys to this car right now. Like, I don't think that can be. Look, if you bring somebody in and Derek Cooper's your best guy, then all right, he's ready to roll. But you can't just be like, nah, we trust
the fact that Trey Wisner may be leaving has just made it more important to get a guy from the portal.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if Wisner leaves, I think you need 2 from the portal.
Yeah.
If Wisner comes back, then all right, you feel good about Wisner, obviously, and you bring in an impact back from the portal. That's a good 1-2 punch. And you'll have James Simon and you'll have Derek Cooper and maybe Christian Clark. And then, all right, that's a running back room that you can work with.
Yeah, it just may. I mean, I still don't see why Trey Wisner would have had to have an unbelievable season, very similar to what he had last year, for me to think that he would even think about leaving. When he's got another year available here. That's just kind of weird.
Right. Well, he's a running back.
I think things will open up for him. I mean, I'd like to say you only have so many hits on you, but shit, if you were back-to-back 1,500-yard rushing seasons, then yes, I'd say that. But if you're 1,100 and then you're 520, I'm thinking, dude, you need to come back for another year, especially when you have a quarterback like this that people are going to be worried about containing him. You're liable to be the guy. You're liable to make a lot of yards in your senior year. And now you've been in the system 2 years going on your third year, or your third year going on your fourth year. That's one of those chances I had to take, BK, because of the year that I had before that. If it's a business decision, you probably make more money here than you will going into your rookie year somewhere if you're a 5th round or 6th round pick.
Oh, 100%. I think I would be word probably. I think it's definitely he would make more money if he came back.
I just hope his Uncle Joe or Uncle Charles is not the one making these decisions for him.
Right. Yeah, Uncle Joe Wisner and Uncle Charles Wisner.
Yeah, I just hope those aren't the guys.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think Trey Wisner should come back. I mean, I hope what happened to Jaden Blue can serve as a cautionary tale.
Oh, for sure.
And look, Jaden Blue has more draftable traits than Trey Wisner does.
Sure.
And
he's got out-and-out speed.
Right. He still fell to the 5th round, and I mean, he doesn't play at all for the Cowboys. He's a healthy scratch every single week. So Jaden Blue,
if things don't change with him, he'll be a one and done with the Cowboys
for sure. I think he probably is, and maybe he'll get an opportunity. I'm sure he'll get an opportunity somewhere else, but
absolutely,
it's an uphill battle for Jaden Blue because of his decision to leave early. He came back to Texas for 1 more year, had a great season, could have been drafted higher, could have developed more, and it could have all worked out for him. So that's what Trey Wisner is facing right now, coming off of a year where he failed to eclipse 600 yards following going for over 1,000 in 2024. And we're talking about an undersized running back, a guy who's not even 200 pounds, who's not the fastest guy in the world.
Yeah.
I don't think Trey Wisner is going to blow people away at the combine.
No.
Or something like that. So I think for him, it makes sense to come back for another year. Obviously his choice, but I think most people agree that he should probably return to college. No?
Yeah. Oh no, there's no doubt. That seemed like a no-brainer from the end of the season to when we were thinking that he's going to just barely get 500 yards. Right. That's when I was thinking that guy needs to come back for another year. He's not good enough to play in the NFL, but he's good. He's good enough if you're with the right team and somebody takes a chance on you and you get drafted in the 5th round or 6th round. that means they desperately need something too. And you work out for their type of offense. But that guy can get better as a pass catcher. He's not going to do anything but help himself. He's not going to hurt himself unless he gets hurt.
Right. Yeah, no, I think there are too many reasons why it makes sense for Wisner to come back. But again, the reporting out there is that he is very much contemplating taking his talents to the next level.
Yeah, I'll see him in a spring league up in Arlington.
Damn.
Well, that's what kind of back he would look like.
All right. I think he'll get at least invited to an NFL team next fall and get the opportunity to compete. And one thing Trey Wisner has that Jaden Blue didn't is he's got it up here.
Yeah, he seems to be a mentally tough kid.
So that'll help.
He takes care of the ball.
Right. And he contributes on special teams too. So you wonder about, and I've heard people say, well, he could be Keelan Robinson, right? Keelan Robinson got drafted on day 3 and is in the NFL as a special teams guy who doesn't do much on offense. You know, Keelan Robinson was faster. I think he had more projectable traits than Trey Wisner probably does. But again, I think teams are going to fall in love with Trey Wisner the way that Longhorn fans and Longhorn teammates have fallen in love with Trey Wisner. So, but again, I'm talking in circles here. It would make sense for him to come back. I hope he does.
He needs to have another year.
You could have a very good running back room if you bring in a high impact transfer and you pair him with Trey Wisner, and then you've got the depth with some of the younger guys behind him. And look, I assume, Buck, maybe this is dumb for me. I don't have any insight on this. I assume Wisner's going to come back. I feel like he'll come to his senses and realize it's the right move. So you're thinking, like, you got a transfer running back, you've got Wisner, you've got Simon, you've got Cooper. Where does CJ Baxter fit in there?
He never fit in except for they liked the kid. He got to play because they liked him. I don't know why it took him so long to figure out he's not the same guy, but they kept toting him in there in series. And I'm like, you're wasting carries when you could get some other kid ready to play. What are you doing?
I agree. We all wanted to see more James Simon down the stretch. And
running back coach should know where the guy is. He sees him every day at practice. He didn't flash against the defense that you have enough to get into the games, but you put him in the games. He probably got smucked by the Texas defense every day.
I feel like I'm supposed to assume that James Simon is horrible. Based on the fact that he could not play over CJ Baxter, I feel like James Simon must be not good.
No, I don't know. Even worse than the running back room, what are these receivers? How bad are they?
The receivers were actually good. The guys, like the 4 guys who started, were good. The running backs,
I'm not talking about that group. I'm talking about the ones that class.
Right. So, but like Wingo and Mosley and Moore and Livingston. Yeah, you weren't like, those guys are costing you the way that you're like, well, CJ Baxter is literally a wasted play when you hand him the ball. You weren't saying that about the receivers.
No. I would not that the group that played. I'm talking about the class A that they brought in of 5 stars that you guys couldn't find one of them to get in the game. They could have been a difference maker. These were highly recruited 5 stars from all over the country, and you can.
I get what you're saying, but again, like the starters there were not like we have to take them off the field. We were saying you got to take CJ Baxter off the field because he's bad.
Oh no, he was bad. Just
like I'm with you. I would have loved to have seen the freshman receivers play more, but again, the starters ahead of them were like they were solid players. Whereas you knew CJ Baxter was giving you nothing. So
you got nothing from him. You weren't going to get anything, and you should have known that. You should have known that in the fall camp that he's not ready. They just wanted him to be ready. They wanted to be right about that kid so bad.
They did. And unfortunately it didn't happen. So
nice kid. We'll go with nice kid.
Yeah, great kid. And well liked and respected in that locker room, and enjoy hearing him talk.
That ain't going to win you championships.
No, at this point, no. It's just you got to do stuff. And again, for CJ Baxter, he's looking at this like, okay, if Wisner comes back and they bring in a transfer, at best, I'm the number 3 running back on this team.
Oh, yeah, they've talked to him already. I mean,
exit interviews going on right now. Like, that guy wants to get some playing time. He wants to try to get back into the NFL conversation, and it's going to be very hard to do that when you're number 3 or 4 on a depth chart. So
yeah, I'll be looking hard at my freshmen. Whatever, how many of those guys come in, I'll be getting those dudes ready by springtime. By the time if they get here in the spring, by the end of the spring, I'll know which one of those guys will be ready to play in the fall. I won't have to have fall practice. I'll know it's spring. This is the guy that's got the kind of ability that we need in this offense.
That's doable for a running back coach.
That'll be doable by the end of the spring. Yeah.
You've got keep ignoring Jet Walker, right? Texas brought in 2 running backs in this incoming class of 2026. You've got Derek Cooper from Florida. You've got Jet Walker from right here in Georgetown. Those 2 guys are both early enrollees, Buck. So
yes,
they will be on campus for winter workouts and obviously spring football as well. So,
yeah, there's and then we'll have to look and see what the secondary is like too.
Yeah, there are a number of positions where it's and the news that dropped Friday, we can get into this a little more in a second, but the news that dropped Friday after we got off the air is that the SEC is going from 85 to 105 scholarships. They're finally following the other power conferences and adopting the 105 scholarship rule. So Sark has a lot he can work with in terms of personnel. They're going to need to fill some holes. And obviously some walk-ons will be converted to scholarship players. So it's not like you're just going to bring in 30 to 40 transfers this year. But, numbers, Buck, with the 85 scholarship rules, it's tough to bring in enough bodies at certain positions. With 105, that should never be an issue for Texas or for anybody ever again.
Yeah, absolutely. You should have enough offensive linemen, whether you get them from the transfer portal or you're recruiting them out of high school. That you should have plenty. You shouldn't come up. Now you got to get quality guys.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't run out. You shouldn't be looking for that many more running backs anyway. Eventually you have to make a good choice and they turn out to be okay,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats.
Let me ask you this, BK. How are you with the punter from last year? Were you okay? Does he have another year or is he done?
He's gone. Yeah, I think Texas will have to go to the portal for a kicker and punter again because both of them are gone. The Longhorns did sign freshmen, but I don't want to rely on freshman kicker and punter. And again, a year that I hope ends in Texas competing and playing for a national championship. So they tried the freshman punter 2 years ago, and it did not work at all. So they went out, got Jack Bomeister this past offseason. He was a major upgrade there. Yeah. So go do it again. They don't cost you very much. Running backs, linemen, secondary pieces, the other positions you need. Yeah, those are you got to have to budget for those guys a little bit. Kickers and punters, you can get them in on the cheap.
And once again, I'm still out. I'm still up on the portal if they find a wide receiver that can just be a dynamic one that just wants to leave somewhere.
Those guys are also not cheap.
No.
But if they're out there, then
with this quarterback, yes, you need to go ahead and you need to find one who can actually catch the ball a lot.
All in.
You got to catch the ball. You got to come to Texas. All you have to do is be able to catch the ball.
Yeah, all in. All right. Not Jerry Jones all in either. We're talking all in for
on a wide receiver.
For the whole team for 2026.
Wow. You're all in now?
Got to be all in. No, I think that needs to be what this coaching staff is all about. Is like, how do we win next year? Because you've got a lot of pieces coming back. You've got Arch Manning for one more season. You feel like you don't have Bama or Georgia on your schedule next year. It's still tough. Don't get me wrong. You got 9 SEC games and Ohio State. But, I think you'll have a slightly easier schedule next year than you did this year. And, you should be focused on.
Once you have those 2 cupcakes in the middle and at the end.
It's all early in the season, the 2 other non-conference games that.
Oh, no, I was talking about Oklahoma.
OU and A&M. Yeah. Well done. I should have.
You know how that is. That's just a win.
It's 2 wins right there. Plus Arkansas, make it 3.
Have fun in your playoff games, OU and A&M. We'll see you there. We'll be cheesing it up. We'll be in Disney World or whatever. Yeah,
that's another horrible part of Texas not being in is that OU, A&M, and Texas Tech are all in the playoff, and it's like we beat 2 of y'all, and we probably could beat all 3 of y'all, but unfortunately that doesn't matter. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into this. We also have to talk some NFL. What a win for the Houston Texans last night in Kansas City. But before we dive back into the football conversation, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, folks. Right now, their burger of the month is Steak House Burger. By the way, I had breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern yesterday, BK. Around noon, I went over, had a little bacon, eggs, biscuits. I'm generally not a biscuit guy, but I had biscuits with gravy there. Ooh. It was delicious. And then I asked the guy, "You'd be serving this all day breakfast?" He goes, "All day long for anybody that comes in." But the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, folks, Thursdays prime to wine. That's half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. Lonnie's got his famous eggnog going on right now. Chef specials, shrimp cocktail, of course, steakhouse wedge. They've got the classic sundae. Should have got that with my breakfast, but I thought I had enough ice cream before that. Lee Kitchen and Tavern, folks, locations, Belterra, Avery Ranch, Lakeway, and Bee Caves. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch daily at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. Love that place.
Yes, indeed. Love the league. And now a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
You know, someone's saying you could see Baxter at Kentucky, Mississippi State, or South Carolina. I can't. He doesn't have enough explosive ability right now. If he needs rest now, maybe, and strengthen that knee again, maybe at those places. If not, I don't see it. That's just a waste of a runner. He's a straight line guy. He doesn't make you miss anymore. He made you miss as a freshman, and he had really good speed. That knee is not healthy enough. Maybe it's rest that he probably needs. He's probably worked so damn hard on that knee that it wasn't there. Didn't get enough rest because he wanted to be back so soon. And they thought he was coming. He did come back soon, but
he did. They didn't rush him back though.
No.
It was a normal amount of time to recover for the injury that he had.
Yeah, well, it didn't. Like I said, when it happened, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. He put on a little extra weight. Who knows if that was the key? But he wasn't the same type of runner. Not even close.
No, not even close. And look, we wish him the best of luck, and hopefully he can return to form and make an impact somewhere else. Hopefully not in the SEC. I don't want Texas to have to go against him. But, just the version of C.J. Baxter that we saw in 2025 just wasn't good enough for a place like the University of Texas.
Also on the text line, Wingo has improved throughout the season. I would say, yes, his ability to catch the ball did improve a little bit, but that's just got to be a natural for him. I mean, They're going to go to him. He's going to be in the games. I mean, he has to have an unbelievable year next year, BK, and he can. He has all those abilities. I mean, it shouldn't be him improving catching the ball. I mean, it's the other stuff that should be automatic with him by now.
Right. Yeah. It's not like he's an elite route runner and the only thing he has to clean up is his hands. Like there's plenty of areas for improvement for Ryan Wingo, and
he can be a great one.
Yeah, next year is his third year, so it'll be a contract year for Ryan Wingo. If he balls out as a junior, he could go pro and be a very high draft pick, and that's, I think, what we all want to happen. But, yeah, I mean, we can't be talking about drops as often next year with Wingo as we did this year. Quick shout-out to Humbug Holiday Lighting. They are a full-service professional holiday lighting company that specializes in everything: custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. Literally, they do everything so you can enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display. They literally take care of everything. If you want that Hallmark movie style setup, they can do it. If you want something pretty basic, they can do it. They just want to make sure that you're not doing it yourselves. They're pros. They handle it. You don't have to worry about getting up on a ladder. You don't have to worry about, where am I going to store these lights? You don't have to worry about, oh, man, that one bulb. There's a loose bulb somewhere, so all of the lights aren't working. And it's going to take me 2.5 hours to try to screw in every single bulb to see which one is actually unplugged. No, you don't worry about that with Humbug. All the magic without the hassle. That's their slogan. That's what they are about. So you homeowners and you business owners out there, if you want to be the envy of friends and family and neighbors, and if you want to shine in front of your customers, reach out to the experts at Humbug Holiday Lighting. Right now with promo code TSU20, they are giving you 20% off a custom installation. That's right. Go to humbuglights.com. You can give them a call at 833-4HUMBUG, or you can shoot them a text 512-222-1820. Free design consultation plus that 20% off discount with promo code TSU20 for Humbug Holiday Lighting.
I know some friends that had their parents in town They kept the kids. You know where they went? They went to Horseshoe Bay Resorts, mom and dad, for a little weekend. They got to watch some football, but they said the trip out to Horseshoe Bay, not far from home, he said, but what a pleasant time they had. And the food was great out there in the hill country, that hill country cuisine. And at the hotel, they didn't get a chance to get on the floating bar, BK. A little too windy out there in the floating bar. But he said they were floating around at the hotel for sure, no doubt about it. And the villas, he said, what a nice spot to go if you don't want to get far from home, but you still want to have that vacation feel. That's it. HorseshoeBayResorts.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Going around the rest of the country. Again, the breaking news that we've been talking about, CJ Baxter plans to enter the transfer portal. Not a huge surprise, and he can't officially enter the portal until January 2nd, but you'll see a bunch of news like this. I saw a moment ago, Buck, Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt is planning to enter the portal as well. He's going to get a big payday somewhere.
Yes.
To play quarterback in 2026. But I bring his name up to say you're going to see a bunch of names like this pop up now that the college football season is over. And we're
for sure.
The post
tampering is at its best right now.
Oh, yeah. It's going on. Some of these dudes, I bet Sam Leavitt already knows where he's going to play next year.
Sure.
But he already has an offer on the table, and I bet there's already a handshake agreement that, okay, you're paying me that. Well, then I'm going to you. Thank you very much. So all that stuff. Yeah, it is tampering season in college football for sure. If you follow the rules and wait until January 2nd, you will lose.
You won't have any place to go.
What's the saying, Buck? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, those guys are gone. Like you said, and some of those guys already know.
Yeah, so the players, a lot of them know, but obviously the teams are doing it too. And Texas is at least you hope Texas is hard at work making some things happen behind the scenes. Buck, break up the Houston Texans. The Texans started the year 0-3. They were 3-5, and then C.J. Stroud had that concussion. He had to miss 3 games, and you're thinking, all right, the Texans are done. Season is over. They've got no shot. Davis Mills starts 3 games, wins all 3 of them. C.J. Stroud comes back, and the Texans have won back-to-back games against the Bills, and then last night on the road at Arrowhead against the defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. Texans have won 5 in a row. All of a sudden, they are 1 game back of first place in the AFC South. And that defense, we've talked about it all year, that defense just continues to stand out.
You know what? The defense is great, and they run it just well enough right now.
Yeah, and they got hurt. Nick Chubb got hurt in that game yesterday and did not return. So they were down to Woody Marks and then Dare Agumbawale, the special teams phenom.
Oh, no, please don't get down to just that guy. You got to keep healthy. He's a great special teams player. He does in a pinch on 3rd down. He'll pick up the blitz, or you can dump it off to him for 3 yards, but you can't go the whole route with him.
1 carry for 5 yards and a touchdown. Woody Marks got hurt like in the red zone, and he came back in later in the game. So
he's going to be okay, right?
Yeah, but he left the game, and they brought in Agumbawale, and I think everybody was like, all right, they're going to throw it here. They're not going to hand it to this jabroni. And sure enough, they handed it to the jabroni, and he bulldozed a couple of guys into the end zone for a 5-yard score.
Yeah, he's a straight liner, but he is powerful.
Yeah, I mean, he's a special teams guy. I mean, he's the number 4 running back on that team if everybody was healthy. But
absolutely
nice to see him in a pinch make some things happen.
They use him on 3rd downs too, though, because they bring him in for pass protection. When their offensive line was just struggling, that guy would be in the game, and you'd be looking like, what are they doing? Well, they need somebody to protect because somebody's going to slide off of a guard, so he's got to be around.
Right. Yeah, they'll use him from time to time. But the story of the game, obviously, the Texans defense.
Oh, my goodness.
3 interceptions, a couple of sacks. They only allowed 10 points. I mean, they made life miserable for Patrick Mahomes in that Kansas City offense. It was the worst start of Patrick Mahomes' career in terms of EPA per drop back, in terms of completion percentage, in terms of passer rating. Now, he didn't get any help because his receivers and tight ends dropped like 10 passes last night. So it wasn't all on him.
They have nobody to run.
And yeah, well, that's the Texans effect too. I mean,
it's hard to run against them, period.
Right. And the Texans defense is elite. They've been the best in the NFL pretty much from week 1. And there's not really anything that they don't do well on that side of the football. And outside of Patrick Mahomes, I guess, scampering for some big yards at times on the ground, Kansas City didn't do anything right offensively. So for Houston, man, what
That's
a run
team
for
that
them.
can go pretty far right now.
You know, their offense is still bad. Obviously, what helped the Texans' offense and why they won the football game was Andy Reid's awful decision to go for it on a 4th down and 1 from his own 31-yard line.
How about that?
Early in the fourth quarter. It was a 10-10 game. The Chiefs defense, the Texans had 1 first down on offense in their first 4 drives in the second half. The Chiefs defense was allowing nothing. And instead of, tie game, hey, let's punt it back and make the Texans offense have to go to work, they go for it on 4th and 1 from their own 31. They don't get it. And then Houston has a very short field. They march in.
He's answering a lot of questions this morning.
He's coaching he's coaching desperate. And he's acting like he still has the same offense he had 2 or 3 years ago. And he was also acting like the Texans don't have the best defense in football. If you want to do that against the Cowboys defense, I get it. But to do that against the Texans defense and against the Texans offense, that's not that great. At the time, it was like, what are you doing? And obviously when it didn't work and it cost them the game, it's the most talked about decision in football from the weekend.
My goodness.
So huge win for Houston. The Texans, again, a game out of first place. They can easily win the AFC South because their next 2 games. Yeah, Daniel Jones is now out for the year with a torn Achilles. So they're done. The Jags are in first place right now in the AFC South.
And they're Jags. We know what happened.
They're the Jags. Now, Houston and Jacksonville don't play each other again. They've already played their 2 games this season, and they split. But the Texans have Arizona at home, Vegas at home, the Chargers on the road, and then Indy with Riley Leonard at home.
Riley Leonard at quarterback.
So that's could be 4-0, but I think probably 3-1 for Houston. And that would give them a shot to win the AFC South.
Why not 4-0 with that schedule?
It could, yeah. I mean, at the Chargers, look, the Texans smashed the Chargers in the playoffs last year. So I don't think the Chargers are unbeatable by any stretch.
No.
I think Houston will probably be an underdog in that game. But it's very winnable. They could go 4-0 and end the year 12-5, which would also mean ending the year on a 9-game winning streak.
How about that?
I think most people thought the Texans were going to win the division going into the year, but obviously it was a very tumultuous start, and they have turned it around, and they're playing their best ball at the right time.
So is Joe Mixon not playing at all this year? Is he done?
Done for the year.
Yeah, he had surgery. He had foot surgery, didn't he?
He's out for the year. Yeah. I think the question is, and what more people nationally are talking about, are the Chiefs done? Buck?
I don't know if they can. They need to win every game now, don't they?
They're 6-7 on the year.
Yeah.
They need to win out and get some help. It's not like, they control their own destiny. They got to win these last 4 games and have a couple of other teams around them lose.
For a team that all they do is drop back and then they're getting pressure on the quarterback. Speaking of getting having they thought Pacheco was going to be, he's been hurt in and out. And then they use Kareem Hunt for a while.
Yeah.
He's great at short yardage, goal line, but in the middle of the field, he's no help. He's no help coming out of the backfield at all.
Yeah. Now they haven't gotten much from their run game. Receivers and tight ends have been banged up and inconsistent at times. And the Chiefs were the masters of close games for years. And now they can't win them. They can't win them this year. I know yesterday turned out to be a 2-possession game because the Texans kicked that late field goal in the final minute. But that was a close game, another close game where the Chiefs just couldn't make the plays they needed to make to win. So they're done. They're not making the playoff. I don't think they're winning out. How can you pick them to win out with the way that they've played lately?
Who do they have on their schedule left?
They've got the Chargers at home, at Tennessee, Denver at home, at Vegas.
Well, Denver's defense will eat them apart.
I know that those 2 divisional games are in Kansas City, but last night's game was in Kansas City too.
Yes,
it's just not their year. People will say, the dynasty's done. I feel like the Chiefs will be back next year. I'm not like sticking a fork in the Reed Mahomes era. I do think Travis Kelce might need to hang him up. My God, he had an awful drop that turned into an interception last night. He's just not the same.
No, it's time.
But I think the Chiefs will be back next year. I don't think it's happening this year, man. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. Just crazy. They've won their division 9 years in a row. I think last night eliminated them from division contention. Like their only hope now is a wild card spot. But yeah, they've won that division 9 years in a row, and they are already eliminated with 4 games left.
You know, Marcus Freeman wanted to go to a bowl game at the end of the season, like a meaningless bowl game to go take his family. He's got a couple young kids. That would have been nice. And the team says no. I'm like, wow, come on, coach. Don't ask them anything. Let's go. We're going.
It wasn't you think the players got to make that decision?
Well, no, that was the AD probably made that.
Yeah,
decision.
that's the university president and the AD saying, F you guys. You're not letting us in the playoff. We're not playing.
They didn't need the extra 15 days of practice.
Well, they're taking their ball. They're mad. Like, they're pissed off that they didn't get in, and this is what they're doing.
The Fighting Irish would not be like that.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't be sore losers. They wouldn't want the rules to be changed for them.
Yeah, they would.
The only major team that's not in a conference doesn't want the rules changed for them.
Yeah, well, they do want the rules changed for them. That's for sure.
Yeah, of course. And they're pissed that the rules didn't go their way. So
yeah, I got to believe the players said, yeah, we want to go. Where are we going?
They didn't get a choice. There was no question asked to the players, Buck. There's no way. This was the AD telling Marcus Freeman, hey, tell your guys we're not bowling this year. So we'll see you in 2026.
Oh, my God. We'll see you at spring ball. We'll see you in winter workouts.
Hey, Jeremiah Love, thanks for your service. You know, all of you seniors who are leaving, appreciate what y'all did for the program. But
he definitely was not going to be playing in that bowl game.
You're done. Yeah, you're right. He probably would have opted out anyways. But, yeah. Look, I think most people agree that Miami should have been in over Notre Dame. But
yes.
the way the process was handled is a joke. Like, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'm pissed. Because I was led to believe that my team was going to be in the playoff for the last month and a half, and we did nothing. Miami didn't play this weekend. We didn't play this weekend, and they jump a couple of spots over us. Like, what is happening?
Couldn't happen to a nicer group.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for them. Most of America doesn't feel too bad for them. No. Hunter Yurachek. Let's play this, Buck. Hunter Yurachek, the committee chair. College football playoff. He was interviewed by ESPN the way he always is whenever the rankings come out. And he was asked by Reese Davis, like, hey, why did Miami all of the sudden jump Notre Dame? And you tell me if this explanation makes sense.
The first move in that was we felt like the way BYU performed in their championship game, a second loss to Texas Tech in a similar fashion, was worthy of Miami moving ahead of them in the rankings. And once we moved Miami ahead of BYU, then we had that side-by-side comparison that everybody had been hungering for with Notre Dame and Miami. And you look at those two teams on paper, and they're almost equal in their schedule strength, their common opponents, the results against their common opponents. But the one metric we had to fall back on, again, was the head-to-head. I charged the committee members to go back and watch that game again, the Miami-Notre Dame game, because it was so far back. And we got some interesting debate from our coaches on what that game looked like as we watched it. And with that in mind, we gave Miami the nod over Notre Dame into that 10 spot.
So because BYU lost to Texas Tech, Miami's now ahead of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That was the reasoning. He's like, because they're now side by side together, then we could actually grade them. Like, the fact that he basically said that the committee won't use a head-to-head result unless the teams are one spot apart in the rankings.
Yes, that's what he just told you.
Like, what are we doing here? This isn't a case of like Notre Dame's 10-2 and Miami's 7-5. Like, these two teams have been 2-loss teams forever. They should have been compared forever, and yet it took until BYU lost to Texas Tech for that to come into consideration.
Yeah, that's just – he's just peeing in the wind right there now.
Yeah, I mean, and there was some follow-up. We don't have time to play it. It'll just make your head hurt. But there was follow-up, and it was just more nonsense spewed from Hunter Yurachek. So it was – look, the committee dug themselves a grave by – having Notre Dame way ahead of Miami a few weeks ago, and they're like, screw it, we got to make the right decision. Never a bad time to make the right decision, but obviously there are a lot of people unhappy with the way the decision was made, and it's Notre Dame, so screw them, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, that's ultimately how we feel about this.
Yeah, and I need to see a Texas A&M Notre Dame game again.
Yeah, that's probably what we would have gotten. We would have had 3 first-round rematches if Notre Dame got in, right?
Oh, yeah.
It would have been Ole Miss and Tulane have already played. Obviously, OU and Alabama already played, and then you would have gotten the Aggies and the Irish.
Nobody wanted that.
No, I think more people are mad that Alabama's in and not Miami.
I'm madder that they are. They look terrible.
Like Notre Dame, -3, Buck. -3. Alabama had -3 rushing yards against Georgia over the weekend. Notre Dame dropped 3 spots, -3 in the playoff rankings for not playing a game this weekend.
Wow.
And Alabama dropped none. So, yeah, there's a lot of unhappy folks. It was bound to happen. We knew people were going to get pissed off. It's not just Texas fans who are not happy with the format and the selection committee and everything else that goes on. There will be changes made. You can bet that. And now we'll just have to wait and see what those changes are.
The SEC guy is going to make a lot of changes.
Yeah, Greg Sankey, I don't think, is very thrilled that everyone's saying SEC bias, SEC bias. It's what got Alabama in. I think the SEC folks are thinking, well, does SEC bias exist when Texas and Vanderbilt are left out in favor of some of these teams that got in?
Only lost 2 games.
Right. In favor of some of these teams that got in to the field. So, yeah, the conversations will continue deep into the off season. And I think the best thing, if you're hoping that we stop giving out handouts to G5 schools, you better hope that Oregon and Ole Miss beat the crap out of the 2 teams they're playing against.
I got a feeling they're going to.
And they are big favorites. And
they're going to be begging, and those 2 teams will be begging, oh, no, we need those kind of teams in here for next year and years to come.
Telling you. Quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas, the very best at what he does. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car accident, gets injured on the job, anything like that, any sort of personal injury, make sure you reach out to the best. That is Ryan Hurricane Hecht, 512-938-8929, or you can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com.
Sweet.
All right. What was I going to? Oh, breaking news. Trey Owens is also entering the transfer portal. No surprise there. I've been told for the last 2 months that Trey Owens was on his way out, and the backup quarterback at the University of Texas will be playing his college football elsewhere in 2026.
So he's one of the backups?
One of the backups. Yeah, I mean, I think he had honestly fallen to 4th string, right? Like,
yeah, we hardly knew you.
Yeah, he had that great spring game performance.
I did. I saw that live.
2 years ago.
Great. You're right.
And, yeah, that was about all we saw from Trey Owens. Again, Matthew Caldwell was the backup, and it felt like KJ Lacey, who was a true freshman this year, surpassed Trey Owens as the 3rd quarterback on the depth chart. So there was no real obvious pathway to playing time for Trey Owens.
No, the most important thing, BK, of the day is you didn't give me any insight. How is wrestling?
On how bad you were on your Gold Star locks of the week?
Oh, no,
I was going to forget that, but you were 1-6 on your picks this weekend.
Glad I had a big pick, though.
You did get your biggest pick right with Georgia, but you
that
did
was
miss
easy. Sorry about that roll tie, but that was the easiest pick of all.
You did miss every other game.
Dude, I got hammered.
You had Virginia, Ohio State, North Texas in college. You had the Bucks, Bills, and Ravens in the NFL. And
how about the Bucks, Bills, and Ravens? They suck. The Bills have one game where they're unstoppable, and then they get at home and they like crap.
The Bills at least won their game.
You know who's back though, don't you? The Minnesota Vikings are back.
You know who they play next week?
They played the Bears.
Cowboys.
Oh, good. Because
Sunday night football, Buck.
Because the Bears still suck.
Because that's a game that everybody wants to see is the Vikings and the Cowboys in prime.
Is that in Dallas?
It's in Dallas. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Bears do still suck. You have a play tonight. Eagles, Chargers. Good Monday night game in LA.
In LA, I'll take the Chargers because I can't. It's too hard to bet on the Eagles. They're slow. That ship is slowly starting to take on water right now.
You're getting 2.5
50,000 units on the Chargers.
Chargers are plus 2.5 tonight. So
yes,
you're actually getting a few points with that pick.
Not taking the favorites. That's weird.
I know. Everything okay?
Yeah. You know, I don't get the Sunday night. I didn't get to see any of the. I got to watch the Texans today again because I didn't get to see it because I got FUBU. They're still playing around with NBC. This is going on 3 weeks.
I got to send you some links, sir.
Yeah, I need some of those link sausages that you have.
You can't be missing these Sunday night football games.
Well, that's why they replay those games, which is good.
Yeah, but we're not going to be talking about them on Tuesday or Wednesday too much.
No, I hate that. I hate this. This is just the way of the world with all these streaming systems now. Somebody's going to be mad at somebody. Somebody needs an extra $5 million for a CEO. So it's a bummer. What happened to wrestling? What happened to WrestleMania there? At the Moody Center.
Let's ask Double R.
I don't know. That was Friday. We should have had Stu on today.
Did John Cena win? Did John Cena win?
I don't think John Cena was here. I think people were fighting to see who was going to get to fight.
They were battling to see who gets to have him in his finale, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Don't quote me on that one though.
Can't see me.
This way, Buck.
Oh, that way.
Come on, guys.
Sorry about that.
We got to know the moves here.
Yeah, we got to get Suplex Stu Myrick on here to the wrestling report.
The wrestling report.
My God, who's sponsoring that?
Sponsored by Booger Eaters.
Got to be somebody.
I was gonna say crickets, but yeah, maybe somebody would. Who knows?
Yeah, it's great folks.
What's going on?
How you doing, buddy? Man, what a weekend! College football playoff. What a shit show, right? Yeah. I mean, this is just and I was telling the dude last night because I was talking to a guy on the phone, and he's like, here's the way it should happen. Everybody has an opinion. There's like a clear-cut way to do this, a regular playoff with constructed schedules and all this. And I said, yeah, it's pretty clear, but they don't do that because this is what we want. We want people pissed off. You want this splattered everywhere. It's year after year. I said, it doesn't get fixed for a reason. Because it's drama.
Well, I don't know. I'm curious what changes get made. And there are going to be some schools and maybe some conferences that don't allow this to happen anymore. Right.
Yep.
And I do wonder at some point if we'll get rid of the committee and go to a more analytical model of putting these teams in the playoff. I mean, we've seen changes pretty much every year the playoff has existed, and we've really seen a lot of them over the last couple of years. And I think we'll get some more moving forward. So
yeah, the thing that stays the same is the human element.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if that will stay the same. Honestly, we will see. I mean, it used to be computers who decided this thing in college football, so even that changed, right? We didn't have a human element too much, and now we've got the human element taking over. So we'll see. I mean, it's just annoying. It's frustrating. It feels like it's bad for the sports, and I would like to see some changes made.
It's just, the whole thing is, and what's really blown this up and really kind of messes up the whole concept of any of this is, when you had 8-team conferences, eight team conferences, and 7, maybe 9, when you had that, I mean, that was one thing. It's a little easier to decipher, but when you're trying to match teams head to head that aren't even going to play each other, in these 16-team conferences, and when you got 15, 14 teams that don't see each other, there's no way to I don't care if it's analytics or anything. There's no way to match this thing up to where everybody is going to be equated the way that they need to.
Yeah, and 3 of your teams are going to play a team for the second time.
Right.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with this thing is like we pretend that everyone has an equal schedule, and it's not the case. I mean, you look at the way teams schedule their non-con, but also in conference. Like you said, I mean, the SEC is 16 teams. The Big Ten has 18 teams, right?
Yep.
You could you could play a Big Ten schedule or an SEC schedule and have a very easy path.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not all conference schedules aren't created the same. So we got to stop pretending like, oh, every team, it's all college football. It's all FBS college football. So everybody must be treated the same. They're all on a level playing field. And that's just not the case.
Yeah.
So part of it now is you need luck on here. You need to have a good You don't need to. You can win your games. But obviously, it really helps your case when you have a lot of easier games to win. Part of making the playoff now in college football is getting the schedule to go your way.
That's it. I have several friends that are, and I like to follow G5 football as well. I mean, I'm all about, football is football, and that's good football. That's really good football. But, they're just diehard with the G5s. And I'm like, look, man, I'm not trying to insult you or your institution, but it's not the same. That needs to be a separate thing. Because this is like 6A football and 5A football. to where it's like, I mean, this is just a whole different brand with the Texases, the OUs and SECs and Big Tens. And that's really good football. That's good product. That's
they don't mind getting smacked around by the other ones. They don't.
Great payday.
Tulane doesn't matter getting smacked around by Ole Miss again, or Dolly Madison's not going to care that Oregon's going to beat them by 5 touchdowns.
That's what I can't figure out. Like, I feel like if I was a G5 fan, I would want my own playoff.
I would too. I wouldn't want to get beat up by Alabamas and Georgias. Well, maybe not Alabama because they can beat Alabama.
I'd like to be able to like brag about a national championship, at some point. And no G5 school is ever going to get to actually win a national championship with this current format. So maybe they're happy. Maybe it's like, we win our conference, and hey, if we beat Ole Miss in the first round, or if we beat Oregon in the first round, then we call that a national championship. But I don't think it makes sense for anybody, for all of these teams to be lumped in together in this playoff.
This is the equality nobody likes.
Yeah. And that's where it's not equal. And after this first round that's coming up, when these G5s when Dolly Madison gets gets rolled out of the joint, and Tulane gets their ass kicked. That's going to be the next thing, to where, okay, there's got to be a way to equalize this to where they can be more competitive.
Well, they've been trying to do this. They've been trying to do this in a way. They need to split up this deal so they can have a championship with those schools, so they have a chance. It'd be nice to be a national champ, no matter what division you're in, to have a chance. You don't have a chance in this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
your fans get to go spend some money somewhere and pretend that you're going to upset somebody, but you're not going to upset those teams.
Yeah. Or what do you do? Like, let's say that Ohio State wins the national championship, and then you have the G5, whatever that would be. Dolly Madison wins that. Ohio State plays Dolly Madison, and then you have a national champion. Is that going to be the next idea?
I hope not.
I don't think we need that. Is anybody clamoring for that?
No, I don't say that, Rodney, because they start thinking that way.
I'm just saying, where the answer is so clear how this needs to be done, somebody will come up with something like that. It's just so frustrating to where you don't have the best teams. And I don't give a shit what conference they're from. I don't care if they're all from the Big 10 or the SEC or the Big 12. You just don't have the best, in this case, 12 teams playing each other.
Yeah, that's like the most frustrating part. And again, we've all known Texas wasn't going to get in for a while, so we've had time to let this sort of sink in. But I feel like Texas could make a run at this thing. Now, when they got to Georgia or Ohio State, they'd lose. But I do think they could win a game or two in the playoff. And there are like 3 or 4 teams that are in that I just don't think have any chance to make it.
Yeah.
So that's where it's like, I feel like we should be trying to get the best teams in. And I don't think we are trying to get the best teams in. No. And it's the inconsistent, and like Buck, like you talked about, and I've talked about this to Wags so often. That human element, when you have that in there, that's going to factor in, because I don't care. I don't know how they say. I mean, you look at the charges and the missions of the committee, and it's like they talk about head to head, and they review everything on a weekly basis. How do you not factor in what's happened 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks before? Right.
I mean, this is sports.
They're talking out of their ass, man. Yeah. Like, it's just it's 12, and I don't know who would be super qualified to have that job, but I know these ADs who do get to do the job are not qualified at all. So
and that's the other part to me, BK. How do you have sitting athletic directors,
right,
that are a part of this? I mean,
like the 3 of us would be more qualified, and everyone tuned in would be more qualified, because we like watch all of these games on Saturday, whereas those guys are watching their team play. Right. They're doing a job as an athletic director. They're at their team's game, talking to people, schmoozing with people.
It was so funny how they talked about the committee having to watch these championship games. It was like they were forced to watch this.
Hey, we need you guys to go rewatch Miami Notre Dame. Oh, yeah. Actually, no, watch it for the first time. Really, you don't even have to watch that one. You just know Miami won the freaking game. Pardon my French.
Yeah, you're right.
They act like they're so high and mighty. We made them rewatch this.
Oh, we had them all in a room to watch all the championship games. I was like, really? They hadn't seen these teams play during the course of the year at any time?
Those dudes are probably circle jerking each other in that room, getting beer and food served in their Grapevine hotel.
this is where I can't wait for 10 years down the road. Once whatever's gonna, there's gonna be some leaked audio or video of these meetings to where it's like, okay, guys, Bama's got to get in. We
got
you
see the expense report from the
weekend stay. The hookers have to be in. Hey, oh wait, they're about to cut to us. Get the hookers out. Get the hookers out of the room.
Yeah,
we're going on camera.
Dude's getting the lap dances. He's like, I don't know. I don't give a shit. Miami. Fuck it.
Oh, what a mess. All right. I see Wags in the way.
All right, boys.
Sorry, boys. Sorry for the tardy.
Be good, boys.
We're just sitting here complaining, brother. We are just complaining.
That's what we do.
Yeah. It's a weekend to do that, right?
Every weekend is a weekend to do that. All right. I'll be listening, guys. Y'all have a good show.
Later, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it, man. Sorry for being late there, Double R. We got a lot going on, man.
It's all good. Just talking, college football playoff and all the schematics of how all that works. And
so tell me how you really feel on this QB armchair Monday morning quarterback session here.
Wags, this is so fucking dumb. I mean, this is so stupid. This system, and when you
we got some Sarks down that we'll hear from too. We want to hear Sark as well, hear from the coach as well. But yeah, this is absolute bullshit. This makes no sense. But go ahead.
No. I mean, exactly what you're saying. I mean, because it's like you're supposed to bring the best teams together, and just the inconsistency
at this time at the end of the year, right? Who's playing the best football at the end of the year? That's what this system's supposed to carve out for us.
And I think the biggest thing what ought to happen right here is that it's overgenerated for television, it's overgenerated for media, and I get that. That's part of this. There's a lot of money that's spent right here, but it's like, okay, do your reveal show. We don't have to have every week this thing. Here's the new ratings based on what we saw this weekend.
Yeah, you get a month of ratings before the playoff even comes, right?
Yeah, it's just, and then the explanations of how they do things is just, I think, what digs a even bigger hole. Like the whole thing yesterday, to where like, well, the head-to-head was finally factored in.
It's a resume thing, right?
Yeah. And
it's a resume thing. Then Texas should be there. But like, I honestly don't feel like Texas deserves to be in, right? Just with 3 losses, like that's just because of the 3 losses thing, right? But if you really take strength of schedule, if you take, I don't know, I'll still lean on this stat, right? Top, I guess, 15 teams out of the top 15 teams in the nation, right? You're 3-2. Not, I mean, what? One, and 4 of them were in the top 10, so one of them's in the top 15. So yeah, I think the resume check mark is there. Okay. You want to talk bad loss to Florida? All right, let's throw this narrative out the window, right? Bama's in with 3 losses, right? Bama lost to a 5 and it was the beginning of the season, and you got boat rose or you got raced by 31-17 was the score, right? Florida State beat Bama. Week one. Florida State wasn't even ranked, right? Bama was 8. They dropped back a couple. They're able to right the ship and get back into it, right? Simmons starts playing, at a high level, playing fantastic football. But yeah, like towards the end of the season, were they playing fantastic football? They struggled with South Carolina. They struggled in the Iron Bowl, which, I mean, the Iron Bowl, I'll give you benefit of the doubt on that because it's the Iron Bowl and madness can happen. But is Bama playing their best football right now, right? Like that's all these, I guess, rubrics that you want to go out there, these grading rubrics to get into the damn playoff committee. And it almost feels like you're just, and again, this is probably because I'm wearing burnt orange, right? But it almost feels like every time there's something criteria that's met by the Longhorns, the line gets moved. Well, yeah, that's good. But what about this over here? That's great. But you did this too, right? You still, that Florida law, man, I'm telling you, or struggling to go into Kentucky, struggling to go into the where else? Mississippi State. We struggled with Mississippi State in overtime. Like all those narratives that they're throwing out there, Bama had the same shit. But here's the thing, right? We knew that Bama was kind of lying up for for the SEC championship, right? And you can't sit there and award a 3-loss team already without having a Bama at 3 losses, who's probably going to happen because you lose the SEC championship game, right? That's the thing. You can't make championship games be penalized, or you can't penalize teams for losing SEC championship games or going to the SEC championship, or else that will actually become irrelevant. We already get the feeling that the championship game's starting to become irrelevant. You keep doing this shit, it will be irrelevant.
And just kind of 2 points to that, maybe 2.5. I mean, you mentioned, because that was the thing after Saturday. I'm like, okay, Bama's going to be a 3-loss team. So should they get in? Because that's the thing back with Texas. And I have been shouting from the rooftops since last week, telling people, look, don't get your hopes up. Texas got beat by Florida, right? I mean, we talked about that.
It's a black eye on the resume,
right?
For sure.
But here's the other part to what you were just alluding to with Bama. You're talking about Florida State, Bama losing to a Florida State team, not very good. Florida beat the living shit out of Florida State. So that's where when you start, because here's the principles of the committee: strength of schedule. Okay, that's in there. That head-to-head competition.
You had the number 8 strength of schedule in all of college football.
Yeah,
Texas.
Right. And this is where, and you go back.
So I would say that criteria has been
checked.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's versus in the conversation, and this isn't all about.
Alabama lost to fucking Oklahoma in Tuscaloosa. Like that's
I still go back to the Florida State thing. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Texas is being penalized for Florida thing.
Again. Like I know I'm sitting here saying, well, what about them? What about I'm playing? What about right now because we didn't take care of business. That's essentially why. Right.
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. And yes, I'm excited about the Citrus Bowl. I can't wait. It's on 31st. It's a great bowl game, whatever we want to call it. But here's the other thing, to your point about the conference championship, the inconsistencies of the committee. Bama, boat race by Georgia. They were number 8, 9, whatever it was last. They didn't move. They
didn't drop.
Didn't drop. BYU. They get beat again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even on BYU yet. I'm just on Bama. I'm just on Bama right now.
No,
right?
These are just the inconsistencies of this bullshit system. BYU, they lost their conference championship, and man, they are like, I mean, they're right down there with Texas. I mean, I'm not saying that BYU should be in there. I think they have a legitimate. That's another 2-loss team that Bama is in over, and the only 2 games that BYU lost were to number 4 Texas Tech.
Bears got it on the bullseye right here, man. Every damn game matters.
It does.
It really does.
It does. And that's where
there's, especially now, like if pad and resume, whatever the rubrics or criteria might be, like, and maybe it's not strength of schedule. Maybe they're bullshitting about strength of schedule because clearly the Longhorns had the strength of schedule covered. So
yeah, and I mean, even with that, I mean, even with the teams that are in. I'm
not trying to make this like a Monday morning bitch session. I know it's gonna be naturally like that. I mean, there was a lot of great football on this weekend, but it's like after seeing what we saw be rolled out on Sunday, like how can we not bitch about it? Like there's a lot of, and it's not just our fan base that's bitching. There's a lot of other teams bitching. Like you want to talk about just absolute cop out, like play like a champion. Play like a champion, you fucking pussies. And excuse my language, but you opt out of you didn't get your way. You didn't get your way, so you're not even going to play. You're taking your ball and going home. Cool, dude. Way to go, Coach Freeman. I want to come play for you, buddy.
And now here we go. I mean, I've seen, Iowa State. I mean, I'm sure they're going to say, well, our coach is leaving or whatever. Kansas State, kind of the same thing, where all these teams are opting out of bowl games. And you want to talk about watering a product down. What are we going to have? Teams with 4-8 records now playing in these bowl games? I mean, this is going to eliminate the bowl system.
I didn't agree with this, Double R, at first. But I think I'm sitting in the camp that Saban's sitting in right now. Like, bring back just give me 4 teams. If this is how it's going to be, just give me 4 teams. Just give me the top 4 teams in the playoff. Let's go there. That at least that felt better than this.
Yeah.
Right. You're playing for your top 4. At least you have a chance. At least the rankings come out and you can get in the top 4. Hey, we got a chance to dance. Right. That felt a little bit better of a situation than the shit that we're rolling in now, right? To where, it's 12 teams, and I get it. They're they're squeezing everybody to death and strangling them to death so they can get 16, right? But when 16 happens, we're still going to have the same
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. 17 and 18 are going to be pissed off next year. Yeah. Yeah. And the whole thing is, like I was telling the guys in crosstalk, this whole system, to me, it would work great if we still had 10-team conferences. If it was like, if we still had a very minute where these teams could play.
Yeah, but now we got 16 teams in a conference, man.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And the G5,
and it ain't just 1, 2, and 3 that are the top that can play in the league. Like 10 of the 16 can give you a rough Saturday.
Yeah, and G5s, I mean, North Texas, Dolly Madison, Tulane, UTSA, Texas State. Well, I guess Texas State's now moving into – I love you guys. It's great football to watch. I know a lot of kids that play at those schools that I've watched for years and years and years, but you are not a part of this elite conversation. I'm sorry, college football has become NFL light to where it's like 32 teams.
Oregon basically gets a fucking bye. Man, like they're playing James Madison, dude.
And
like, are we really having this conversation?
Are you excited about that game? Are you going to slot time to watch that?
I'm not even going to watch it. I won't watch it.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll probably watch the first quarter to see if it gets to 21-0, how fast it gets to 21-0. But then, like, I'm probably going to go do something. I'm going to be productive.
Go swimming. Shit. I mean, yeah.
Maybe it's a little too cold to go swimming.
Cold plunge. But no, that's where it's like, okay, this needs to be a separate system. I love those schools. I mean, they're great, and they play good football. Let them play each other and crown their own champion. And it doesn't, I don't know what you call it, a group of 5 playoff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you look at the other levels of college football. I'm watching, like right now, like I say, my kid's a graduate from Tarleton. They're on this run right now that has everybody excited because they have a chance to win a college football national championship. No, they're not going to play Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, any of those. But they're playing teams to their caliber,
stature. Right. For sure.
Right.
So Bevo and Jason, like, I get it. It's definitely a protest move. I just think it's so fucking weak. Excuse my language too. It's just the weakest thing that I've seen. Like, especially when all your mantra is out there is play like a champion. Like, that's not what the heart of a champion does. You don't sit there and take your ball and go home. Like. And what type of a message are you teaching your, the young students that are playing or the young kids that are playing for you too, right? Like, ultimately, man, life doesn't go your way. You don't get to cry about it. You don't get to bitch about it. Like, you can. It's not going to nothing's going to change just because you're bitching. It doesn't going to change the outcome. Go out there and make something happen. Make them understand why you were supposed to be in there. Make them understand their reasoning, their bad logic. Don't sit there and be a crybaby about it.
Go show why the system is
the problem. That's a lot of our society today, guys. It's crying about shit instead of taking action, right? Like, just stop doing that shit. Take action, man. And you know what? Credit to Coach Sark. Like, Sark could have done the same shit. He could have protested. Right? Like, Texas has any right to be in just as much as anybody, except for the 3 losses. But you want to remove as long as you put Bama in there, Texas absolutely has to be in there, in my opinion. If that's where you're going with this, right? Thank you, committee.
I have to tell you, I mean, this will.
What do you have to tell me, Double R? I'm on one.
This will destroy the bowl system, and that's probably not a bad.
Maybe
thing.
that's what. Maybe that's what they're trying to do covertly, right? Maybe they're trying to destroy this thing. And make it to where it's got to blow up, and we have to have something new, right?
And here's my thought to where the group of 5, but again, a lot of the bowl system will go away anyway because these people are imagine if I don't know what the bowl that Notre Dame was supposed to go into. I don't know what bowl that was, but imagine that if you're sponsoring that bowl and you see, all right, we're getting Notre Dame. I mean, you got to know right now, Cheez-Its is fucking excited because they're getting Texas, Michigan. Yeah, I know they played last year, but I mean, those are 2 blue blood schools, and you've got a game in Orlando that means essentially nothing, but you're getting those 2 fan bases. If I'm the Cheez-It guy, if I'm that coach on that commercial talking to my Cheez-Its in that fucking locker room, I'm like, man, we got a game. So that's where it sucks that the bowl system. The bowl system means nothing at this point. Give that to the G5, but then there would be like 10 bowls. So that's the shitty part. We're losing the traditions of college football which we have to because it's not.
And I hope Oklahoma goes in there and boat races Alabama. It shows you just how much if you're doing this team beat that team beat this team, you'll have one hell of a chaotic mess, right? Because Texas beat all those damn teams. Texas beat OU, and Texas. What's the other damn team I'm missing? Or excuse me, we lost to Georgia. My bad. I'm so damn out of it that I'm sitting here thinking that we could probably compete with Georgia, and that's another thing too. Like that's ultimately, I think that's my last straw for Texas not getting in is how will they compete against Georgia? How would they compete against Georgia again? Like Georgia's playing at their tops, right? Indiana's playing at tops. Even though Ohio State lost to Indiana, like Ohio State's still playing pretty damn good football, right? Like that's the thing. There's two top four, there's 4 teams right now that are playing legitimate, excellent football, right? I just don't think Texas is one of them. Are they in the top 12? I believe so. With 3 losses, I think we have to set some type of a precedent, gents. I do. We got to have some type of criteria. Like Pandora's box has been busted wide open. We gotta reel this thing in somehow.
Well, yeah, it has because there's a 3-loss team in there now, Bama. so it's like everything, and this is the other part of it too, to where we talk about Notre Dame. And let me tell you, there, Sigma, I have a lot of, and this isn't a hat. This is a cap. Sigma told me to enjoy my hat. This is a cap. It's got a lot of sweat.
Isn't Sigma like a
fraternity type thing?
No. I know that's a Sigma, but like now it's like Sigma means like boss or some shit like that.
Oh well, I don't know.
It's like covert code or some shit. It's the new fad, new trend. I don't even know what.
And it's Sigma, like,
bro, that's tops, bro.
This says enjoy the hat and the cheese dick bowl and boomer. And I know that's all in fun because we talk shit on here, and that's the beauty of being on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I want Oklahoma. I mean, I'm not going to say that I am rooting for Oklahoma to win that game, but I want Oklahoma to beat Alabama. I really do.
I don't mind if they win. Like I have no skin in the game whatsoever. Yep. I mean, they're our rival. Do I hope they lose? Sure, but I mean, I would like to see them beat the brakes off of Bama just so we could say, all right, there you go.
Yeah,
now we got all kinds of badness.
Well, and this is where kind of back to the system, to the teams that are in, to where the inconsistencies here. And if you're really looking at strength of schedules and all these different things, I mean, A&M, I don't understand how A&M's behind Ole Miss. I get that the whole Lane Kiffin thing, but strength of schedule, A&M's a lot better with strength of schedule than Ole Miss, even though A&M's schedule is pretty soft. But look what that's done. Now A&M gets Miami, and Ole Miss gets, Vandegrift. So that's where this thing is just so all over the map. And that Bama Georgia game, neither offense is worth a shit. That thing might be 6-0.
Vipers are pretty good. Vandegrift Vipers are pretty.
I take the Vandegrift Vipers over both of those offenses.
That's what you told. No, it is. It's kind of a chaotic mess, and we'll break it down even more. But we got some sounds from Sark that we want to hear from. But before we do that, let's hear from our guy, Ryan Hurricane Heck. You're new, or I guess not really new. He's been around for a while now, man. But he is your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom with that burnt orange suit. Ask him about it. Just give him a call and ask him about that burnt orange suit. Injured in a car accident, or you got any personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Ask him about that burnt orange suit, because he's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin based. He's Texas proud. He supports local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Fighter of the show, or friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow the doors wide open of that company. Again, call him 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hecklawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And before we hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave, I will say with the bowl game thing, I mean, it really is the opportunity, like Wags is saying, to go out where Texas is playing a good opponent. I mean, Sharon Moore in Michigan, that is a good opponent. Let's take the blue blood thing out of here. That's an okay opponent. Go out there and prove that you belong. I know that
Here's
really
the problem too.
doesn't
Like, what
mean
if you lose? I mean, never mind.
No, yeah. I know it doesn't mean anything.
You can lose. I don't think Michigan's that great of an opponent, right? Like, it's a good traditional school for sure, right? But you better go out there and beat the brakes off of Michigan.
Yeah, that's it. If you want to, all the politicking and everything that was going on since the A&M game, you better go beat the shit out of Michigan. And if you missed it this morning, CJ Baxter in the portal, Trey Owens is heading to the portal as well. But we'll talk about that later.
And Derek chimes in too. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm all over with you, Derek. But they want to say that it's a resume thing. It's not, because if it was absolutely down to the resume, we would be in.
Yeah.
So they're all full of shit, man.
Yeah.
It's all about this, buddy. It's all about
Wags and me have been talking for 2 weeks about how Texas doesn't belong. And I'm sorry, hat on or not, Texas belongs after what I saw yesterday.
Yeah, after this week, I've been sitting here saying, and right, you're very critical on my team, right?
Absolutely.
Or our team, and you should be. And honestly, that's the standard anyways, right? Like, if you have 3 losses, you shouldn't even be in the consideration of a championship conversation, right? Like, you have 3 losses, but the standard, I guess everybody else's bar has dropped just a little bit too, right? I'm not lowering our standard. I'm just saying everybody else's standard has dropped just a little bit to where it's allowed us to kind of have an open door into this thing, or maybe questioning why we didn't get an invitation.
Like with the whole thing about the ACC conversation, and I was so hoping that Duke was going to win, which they did, just to mess this thing up and add another layer to all of this mess. When it's like, Duke getting in or whatever, that's the ACC's fault for their Jimmy Dean tiebreaker system that they have. Figure out a way to get your best teams in. You got to go to the 12,000th tiebreaker, and you end up with Duke in there. I mean, that's your okay. Covert Bee Cave.
Hold on. But to be with Derek one more time, I'm kind of with Derek and Rob. I'm in this kind of ideology right now. I'm so pissed off and just whatever. Like, it's a disaster. Let's just be absolutely what it is. The season was a disaster. Looking at this playoff, the scenario, it's a disaster. Like, it just looks disgusting. It looks gross. We got 2 teams that are going to get first round buys, basically. Tulane, great. Great. Let's see what you can do against Ole Miss. Charlie White's Jr. is going to be coaching anyway, so I think Ole Miss should be okay. They should roll Tulane, and then of course James Madison. I'm great that you got a punching chance, but it's Oregon. Like, if Oregon doesn't win 55-0, what do we? And hopefully they do. That way we can see how stupid this is. Okay, and we can say, all right, well, some wasted a team like Texas or Notre Dame. All right, that's where we can go after that.
Yeah.
But seriously, we should see the flaws come to surface if we haven't already. Right.
Yeah, or Vanderbilt, or I mean, the list goes on and on.
But I'm rooting for Indiana.
Here's your 12 best teams, and APD1 is asking about he brought the Florida thing up. APD, that has been my thing since that loss. I said this is what's going to keep Texas out. But now with Alabama in, a team that lost to Florida State got destroyed by Florida.
And with your check really making these decisions, are we shocked?
You can't have ADs doing this. They should not be a part of this. I get the whole former coaches and all of that's great. That's great. They break football down than anybody else. But
seriously, were you shocked though? Like, once you saw who was deciding this, were you shocked?
No, absolutely not. And you can't tell me.
I knew we weren't getting in. Once I saw, I knew we weren't getting in, but I thought Notre Dame might get in. Or honestly, I thought Notre Dame was getting in. But yeah, that's kind of like, that's the biggest like mind F out of all of this, was Notre Dame getting left out, and then Notre Dame taking their ball and going home like that. I get it. It's just weak. It's so weak, man.
Well, and I saw the thing now, we're moving forward. If Notre Dame is in the top 12 of this thing, that they cannot miss the playoff moving forward. How is that? I mean, why are they not a part of a conference? I mean, if this thing is so that's what okay. Forget that shit. We'll get back to it.
You're opening up another avenue of Pandora's box here.
So. My watch says, "Are you working out?" Covert Bee Cave. Looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? One place to go.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Friends, if you're ready for those holiday lights, Humbug Holiday Lighting, they will get you set up. I got back home from being on the road over the weekend yesterday afternoon. Saw everybody out putting their stuff up. Mine been up for like half a month because I called my friends over at Humbug Holiday Lighting. And right now, I'm telling you, use the promo code TSU20 for 20% off of your professional installation. The consultation's free. They're going to come out and take a look, and then they'll send you a rendering of what they can do for you. And there are lots of things they can do for you. It's custom holiday lighting. The installation is top-notch professional, full season maintenance and support, postseason takedown, off-season storage, commercial-grade stuff. This isn't the lights that you get at the convenience store, the lights that you get at the grocery store, that you have one of those little boogers that goes out and the whole system is going to stop working. This is commercial grade stuff, and it's residential or commercial. They can make your property look great. They can make your storefront look amazing. That's going to draw in customers. That's going to bring brand presence during the holidays. It's fully turnkey service for the business. That's one less thing that you have to be dealing with. Let them take care of that for you. If something goes wrong, if there is a problem, if a bulb does go out, a commercial grade light goes out, they're going to come out and take care of it for you because that's what they do. It is full service. It is turnkey. Safe professional setup. You're not on a ladder. You're not up on top of the roof. Yesterday, the wind, these people are out there putting their stuff together. And I'm like, man, you're climbing that roof? Not me. I am not doing that. Classic, colorful, or premium Hallmark style designs. Enjoy the holidays without any setup or stress. It's hassle-free. It's elegant. Get that call in today at 833-4HUMBUG. That's 833-4HUMBUG. Text 512-222-1820. Be sure and use that promo code TSU20 for that holiday savings, or check them out online at humbuglights.com. All the magic without the hassle. It is Humbug Holiday Lights. And quickly, to go with that lighting, man, how about a beautiful TV setup? How about an amazing sound system? It is our man, Tom McKay, with Audiovisual.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There it is. Tell you about my friends at McCall Custom Homes. That is AV Consultations. See, you can just pool all of these services together. Go get that brand new whip that I just told you about, new or pre-owned whip. Go get that. You're looking for that audio visual consultation system. Do that. You're looking for the outdoor lights. Boom, there you go. You can get all that set up. And then but before all of that, you've got indoor space or you have an outdoor space that you want to get renovated, reconstructed, it's our friends at McCall Custom Homes. For over 40 years, this father-son team has been serving Central Texans and doing one of the most amazing jobs that you're going to find. Check out the 5-star ratings. Check out the Better Business Bureau ratings. Check out all of the reviews. You're probably going to see one in there from Double R. That's me, because I am a satisfied customer of McCall Custom Homes. My primary bathroom is the place. Like I said, I was on the road all weekend, came back in last night, and I'm like, man, I got to get myself a good clean. I'm going into my McCall Custom Homes primary bathroom shower. Got myself all cleaned up, just admiring the amazing work that Mike McCall and his crew did in that bathroom for me. Get that free quote right now, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Turn your dreams into a reality. Top-notch trades are going to come in. They treat your property just as if it were their own. Do it right now. Get that call in, 512-633-9580. You can text as well. For over 40 years, family owned and operated, and continuing to do great work in Central Texas. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Thank you, Chan. I will watch my blood pressure. I'm already on blood pressure medication.
Yeah,
Metaprofil.
I was kind of over this thing, right? Like I was pissed.
I'm just getting more pissed.
Like I was pretty. It's a shitty day emotionally. Sports emotions were off the hook yesterday, right? Giants didn't play. Like I didn't have an entertainment for the NFL, so didn't have any skin in the game. We were kind of just playing fantasy football and hoping that everything comes together for the playoffs. Gonna limp into the playoffs here for fantasy football from both my dynasty leagues here. All right, let's talk a little. Let's hear a little bit from Coach. Right, we talked about playing Michigan in the Citrus Bowl, in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, and honestly, if we just go out there and take care of business, we can start to show the flaws or help, I guess, point out more of the flaws and use the argument of why we should have been there, right? And there's no reason crying over spilled milk. I mean, the milk's already spilled. So what can we do to go out there and beat Michigan? Go out there with all of our players. Here's Sark on how many players might be opting out on the Cheez-It.
As far as us moving forward, for me, and I think for our players, one of the key messages has to continue to be, it's not about what just happened to us. It's about what are we going to do moving forward. And that'll be our message starting tomorrow morning with the team and the players. Naturally, we're going to have discussions with a variety of players, some that have NFL aspirations, some that may be thinking about potentially going to other schools. That's the reality of the state of college football right now. But I think, jumping to that too soon and making an emotional decision, I think can be where we can make a mistake. And so we've got to be cognizant of that's the reality of the state of college football, but also let's make sure that we're making really good, conscientious decisions with the right information and not do anything out of with emotion or frustration. And so that'll be the process starting tomorrow. And I'm sure it'll take a little bit of time to get to the final number of who may and who may not play. But that's okay. We've got a really young football team. We've got a lot of good young players that are chomping at the bit for their opportunity to play. We're going to get a lot of extended practice time. Essentially, this is going to turn into another spring ball for us, where a lot of young players are going to get an opportunity to show how much they've grown and developed over the season. And with the opportunity to potentially play in this game, where this game doesn't count against their eligibility. So looking forward to all parties on our team hopefully contributing to the success in this game.
When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? Like, so this we're not breaking news here. This was an absolute disappointment of a season, right? But what can you do? And instead of crying over it and letting it beat you twice, you can absolutely embrace it, lean into this thing, and get some playing time, get some PT, which we always talk about. Nothing simulates game reps. There's just not, like, you can have iron on iron at practice, right? But it's not game level reps. Okay. It's simulated game, but it's still not game level reps. Okay. You go out here, you play a bowl game, you play a great traditional program like Michigan, right? You allow your future studs to kind of go out there and kind of build up a little bit of confidence, and you look into next season, right? You look into what you're going to start bringing into your house next season, right? You get everything kind of in place. Michigan didn't do that. Like Michigan say, you know what, Notre Dame didn't do that. We're so damn good, or I guess we deserve to be there so badly that we're taking our ball and going home. We don't want to work on anything else. We don't want that opportunity. At least Sarkeesian is embracing that, right? Like, that's not a loser that's not a crybaby mentality. Like, he talked about the state of college football and its reality, which right now it's kind of chaotic, right? And you just gotta embrace the beast that you're with, okay? And honestly, it's sounding like what he was talking about. Texas made their own bed. and now they're sleeping in it, right? You brace it, you go forward with it. You don't make emotional, irrational decisions, kind of like what I feel like Coach Freeman did, after seeing the results, be like, well, that's shock and all. We're not playing anymore. Fine, I'm taking my football and we're leaving. That's it.
Yeah. And I don't think, Wags, that's a Marcus Freeman decision.
No,
I think
but I mean, if they're doing this, is that going to set the precedent for others, for other coaches or in other programs to do it?
It's already happening. I mean, I think there's 5 or 6 of them that have already, for different reasons that are given.
Baylor, are you serious? Baylor,
yeah, Baylor is not, and they're not running off Coach what's his name as far as I know. So I can get the with Iowa State. Yeah. I mean, it's Iowa State, Kansas State, a lot of these teams. But I mean, look, Ole Miss, they lost their coach. They're playing they're in the playoff, but still,
they lost everything. But they lost a good amount. But I mean, Charlie Weiss Jr. is coming back. The offensive coordinator is coming back to coach to give him a little bit of a a chip, a chair, and a prayer in the playoff here. And they're playing Tulane in round 1. They should be able to endure and get by with that, right? But here's Coach Sarkeesian on what he expects other teams and other programs to do if they're going to opt out like Notre Dame did.
I don't know about the ripple effect for everybody. I think we all have goals and aspirations of winning conference championships and being national champions. At least we do. But I also think that there's an experience factor on all this. There's growth in all this. There's development in all this. There's camaraderie. There's so much that goes into this that sometimes a bowl game is about celebrating a season and finishing a season the right way. And like I said, I can't speak for everybody else. That may change some as we evolve potentially into more teams. I don't know. I think we all can agree we've got a flawed system right now that needs to be revamped, needs to be looked at from a lot of different angles. Where it goes from here, I don't think anybody really knows. And so, the point being, I don't know what the effect is going to be down the road. I just know for us, this is an opportunity to play another game against a really good team, in a great game, a great bowl game, and we're going to cherish it. We're going to put our best foot forward and try to go win this game.
Yeah, and real quick, just another quick snippet. This is kind of his thoughts on the format of college football in the state that it's in. He kind of already addressed that. He flirted with it a little bit, where there's clear flaws in the system right now. Here's Sark just piggybacking off of that.
We've got 2 G6 schools in the playoff right now, and congratulations for them for the seasons that they had and winning their conferences and their opportunities to go play in this game. But I think the overall consensus would be there's probably a few other teams that college football would like to see in this tournament. But in the end, that I think in my mind, we were going to have to go through some of this to try to get it all right. I would love to be on the other side of it. Don't get me wrong. But I think the one thing we've learned under the current format, we've got to win more games, and we've got to win the games that are right in front of us. And it doesn't matter how hard your schedule is. That doesn't matter. It matters what your record is. And so to complain about your schedule or how many good teams you play or how many teams you play on the road is really irrelevant. What we have to do is control what we can control, and that's win the games that are right in front of us, as long as this is the format that we're going to use. Now, does it evolve? Where does it go? How does it grow? I think time will tell, and that's for the powers that be to try to figure that out. And so, I think, like I said, for us is control what we can control, and that's the next thing that's right in front of us.
All right, so with that, there's a few things, right? He talked about it's not about strength of schedule. Okay, clearly it's not about your resume, or it is your resume, it's just not your strength of schedule, right? It's all about wins. It's all about wins. Okay, so hearing that, my first thoughts were, okay, honor Michigan, honor Ohio State, but how many other stalwarts get on the schedule? How many other non-conference stalwarts get on that schedule now?
If that's
right?
if that's the measuring stick,
the language, the verbiage that he used, right? His dialect too, right? Winning right. If the format changes, sure, something can happen. But Sark, from what I've deduced from that, like Sark's gonna play the game. Okay, like Sark's going to sit here, whatever the committee wants to roll out there. Sark's done trying to show the rest of the nation that he can, put the toughest schedules on there, take an eighth ranked schedule and be, 9-3, or honestly, it should have been 10-2. No doubt about it, right? And he even made that. He even voiced that he said no excuses. Like, we should have took care of the teams that were in front of us and ultimately just won the games, right? We didn't take care of business. That's why we're not in. And moving forward, you get to play a great program like Michigan and focus on your future. All of that being said, with the state of college football, I don't feel like the non-conference stalwarts will be on the schedule remaining after this debacle of a season.
Yeah, if this is the system
I'm at right now.
If this is a system,
I think he's going to play the system. Is my point. I think that's where Sark's going to go.
If this is going to be the system, what you've done is you've bookended this whole thing to where, at the beginning of the season, you can't play those kind of games. You can't play Ohio State. You can't play Michigan. You can't play those because they could hurt you. They could hurt you. And I get the whole just win the game. It's hard to win. I don't know if anybody's talked about that. But then with this system, okay, so you're going to lose those quality games, which were supposed to be a big part of the changing college football environment to make those games.
The rubric. You're right.
Right.
The grading rubric for sure.
So you're going to squash that theory, and then you're going to get to the end of the season where you get to this playoff thing, and you've got the best teams that are supposed to be playing each other, and you got Dolly Madison and Tulane in there that are just going to be out there as what's the best, most
into that point, right? And into that point, like James Madison, like G6 schools, great. I love seeing it, but here's the problem:
G6 football. I watch it.
It's not college basketball. That's the problem.
Right.
If this was college basketball, it'd be different because the home dog is probably the best thing that you're taking in terms of a bet, right? It's the number one thing that I go for, at least.
And you just hit the nail on the head,
but
my man.
It's two different sports here, man. Like, that's the thing.
You can't. Cinderella happens in the March
basketball, not football. Like football, it's about the hog mollies, man. We know this already.
And I keep waiting for the point to come up as this argument continues to go on to where it's going to be well, look at this year. You've had teams that have gone out and they've beat each other. But yeah, that's in the major conferences. That's in these big conferences where, like we talk about with the SEC, to where it's like, well, that's a shitty SEC team. But yeah, it's still an SEC team. Arkansas, Florida.
But to my point about that, like there's 16 teams in the SEC and 10, it used to be ran, at the top of it by 3 or 4, right? But now 10 teams can give you a game on Saturday.
Yeah, right. Right. And that's where we go back to the old days of the Big 8. How many teams were there?
I feel like the Big 10 has like 2 or 3 teams that can give you a show, right? But the SEC has 10. Like the Big 10's not a bad conference. They got the stalwarts, right? But they don't have, I guess the average cogs that can give you the game on Saturdays like the SEC does. And that, to me, it's the depth of the SEC.
It really is. I mean, it really is. And you can call it SEC bias. You can call it whatever you want to call it. And yeah, Alabama's in. But I mean, I just don't think that Alabama is the. So what would that be? That'd be the 1, 2, 3. The 4th best team in the SEC is Alabama. I don't think that they are. I mean, I just don't think that they are. I mean, so I don't know. They get to play OU, so we'll see which one of those moves on. But I just don't see how putting 2 sacrificial lambs into the college football playoff.
But he even talked about this thing, like Sark said too, right? In his comments, he goes, we got to get a lot of this stuff wrong to get it right eventually. Like there's going to be hiccups. There's going to be mistakes. We got to get all the quirks out. Okay. And I agree with that. But to his point, like it sucks being on the other side of it, right? He said he'd much rather be on the other side, kind of like he was last year, of course. But ultimately, all these quirks got to get the ship's got to get righted somehow, some way. It just sucks that it's at the expense of the Longhorn fan base and other fan base. Like we got to watch Tulane and James Madison play.
Right. And it's like that meme that you see. It's like that meme that you see.
It's 20. Like the line's 21 right now. I think. I don't even know what I think it's 3 scores. I think it's 21 right now for Oregon and James Madison. Like, are you for real? Like, that's the best team. That's the 12th best team in the college football playoff. Going to get boat raced right now, projectedly by 3 scores.
It really is that meme of that dumpster in the flood, with the fire coming out of it, to where you remember last year we're in the predicament to where it was great last year that Texas got the home playoff game, but Texas should have had a bye. You remember that's where this thing is constantly changing. Well, it can't be the four conference teams get the bye. Okay, that doesn't work. So this year, I'm assuming
that's what I'm saying. I think it was a lot better when we were looking at 4 teams, just 4 teams getting in to the playoff. I think it was, you had a little bit more under wraps. I get it. You want more money, you want more marketing. I understand that, right? But if you're looking at the state of the game, if you're looking at the integrity of the game, I think it was at its best when we were looking at 4 teams getting into the playoff.
The BCS era.
BCS, I love the BCS. Yeah. A lot of people hated it. At least you had a formula, you had a computer, you had some type of law and rule. Right?
Yeah. To me, that was the whole thing. To where it's like when you're using, and I hate to keep going back to the human element, but you can't tell me this whole thing where, like they're talking about yesterday, to where it's like, okay, we never considered Notre Dame and Miami head to head until last night. What?
Then who is at the head of your table with a forethought?
No shit.
Like,
right?
Seriously, like that really wasn't brought up. That wasn't a scenario brought up. That wasn't risk assessment or game theory. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's got to be a body of work. I mean, the season is a body of work.
They're all full of shit.
I know.
They are. They're all full of shit. Like, somebody's lying. A lot of people's lying.
And I kept hearing yesterday, well, you figure this out now that all the resumes are done. Bullshit. The resume is ever evolving all year, and it changes. Look at Texas's resume, for example. And again, I hate to keep going back to the Texas thing because I fully said they didn't belong. But after what I saw yesterday, I'm like, well, I'm making a hell of a better case today that they belong more than I thought going into the weekend. But for Notre Dame, to kind of say something about Notre Dame, if I'm those players, that's 15. I guess Texas gets 15 extra practices out of this. If I'm a Notre Dame football player, I'm like, hey, AD, screw you. That's 15, 12 more practices that we could have had.
Yeah, I think it's short-sighted. Opt out, I think it's very short-sighted. And I get it. Like, I see some stuff in the comments here, like Texas should opt out of every bowl game.
No.
Like, no, I disagree, man. I think, what Sark said earlier, about, going into Michigan or going into the game against Michigan and embracing, kind of looking forward to the future of your program, right? And letting your players kind of get more reps, to your point. Like, that's, more practice that you get. Here's Sarkeesian here's Coach Sarkeesian on what, the opportunities of playing Michigan will present.
I think it's the quality of the opponent. We're playing a Michigan team that won 5 of their last 6 games. They've got elite players. They've got a fantastic young quarterback who got better as the season went on. We got a really good young runner. They've got talented, really good schemes on both sides of the ball. We know that from facing them a year ago. And so I think what it does, it raises the competitive level for some of our younger players and an opportunity to play them and to get them in the game, but also some players that have been developing as the season's gone on. Can we continue that growth? To really springboard us into 2026. And like I said, the first goal is to go win 10 games because we're always trying to do things that haven't been done around here for a long, long time. And the idea that we can win 10 games this season for the 3rd consecutive season since 2007 to 2009, that's a pretty big accomplishment for this group. To go along with, as we touched on, beating our rivals for back-to-back years. Yeah. Beating OU by double digits 2 years in a row, beating Arkansas by double digits 2 years in a row, beating A&M by double digits 2 years in a row. Those are some really cool things that this team gets to hold on to. And so I want to make sure we go get that 10th win for them. But also, to your point, for the younger players to get such a quality opponent in such a great bowl game, I think is going to be a great experience for them that hopefully, next year the goal is to be in the playoffs. But if we're not going to be in the playoffs, let's be in the game that's closest to the playoffs that gives enough feel and energy and competitive spirit so they have an idea of what they can look forward to next December.
Yeah, all the flavors in the world out there, Coach Freeman, and you chose sour. You chose salty. All right, like be like Coach. This is where Coach wins me over, right? Like I get pissed at Coach from time to time, right? But then you come out here and you bring the positivity and the optimism, and you talk about embracing the future and playing a positive, a formidable opponent in a great program like Michigan, and start working on your future like this, and take the optimism out of this, right? Like that's where I'm all about with Coach Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's when he gets up there and does the coach speak on why they should have won the game. That's the shit that drives me nuts. But yeah, just let it be, man. Let it be, dude. Embrace what's in front of you, and that's what he's doing.
That's exactly right. And
you make lemonade out of lemons, man.
I was taught young Catholics never pull out of anything. So I mean, I don't totally understand
the Lord's name in vain after that too.
All of this scenario, and I apologize for that, but that's just what I was taught. But I mean that's really what you have to
tell you. And I'm diet Catholic.
You go out and you make the most of the opportunity, and it is. I mean, I am glad that it's this opponent, and it's going to be a fun game to watch. And you get the extra practices, you get the extra time to get some of the young dudes in there and some of the old dudes too. I mean, ideally, hopefully, what happens here, if this gets out of control, you do get a chance to maybe get some of those guys that didn't get playing time throughout their career, get them on the field in a bowl game against
giving that good vibe going that good. And again, like he's got to go through the exit interviews and stuff like that too. So, or when are the exit interviews before the bowl game?
I think it's after the season. I believe.
I would imagine it's after the season, like after the bowl game concludes too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess they're gonna have some preliminaries and see what if players are actually gonna move on or get into the transfer portal. So it's again, and going back to it, like seeing G6 get in, great, cool, it's fun, but this isn't college basketball. And I will leave it at that. NFL slate, huh?
How about that? Houston Texans.
That's where you're at now. I'm giving you the opening for the Dallas Cowboys, buddy.
Well, they're off. I talked about them the other day. Talked about them on Friday when you were out. So, hey man, you got the Eagles tonight. How about Monday Night Football? Eagles and Chargers. The Eagles now. I think the Eagles, if they win, three of the last five right here, that they'll be okay. Dallas pretty much having to win out, but I think
you need the Eagles to lose still there bad tonight.
Yeah, Eagles need to lose. I don't know the exact prognosis of Herbert. I know he had the hand surgery last Monday.
I think he's gonna play.
Yeah. I think that he will definitely be in there.
Let me see.
I would assume that you see him, but
that's listed as questionable. I think he's playing.
And the whole thing is that's not on his throwing hand, so right. I think that's the other part of that, to where he'll be in and he'll
have
be
a glove on or something on it to protect it. But
yeah. So
where have we arrived on an actual decision about Kansas City?
It's over, dude.
Is it?
I think it's over. They can't win the division.
Well, that's not. They're not winning the division.
Winning the division. They're 6-7 now. I think the AFC is far too well. I don't know. The AFC is still falling all over themselves. Somebody's going to win the North. How about Aaron Rodgers?
Has to win the North by default.
Isn't
the Steelers and Ravens? Neither of those teams wanted to win yesterday.
Isn't that so weird? To where it's like the AFC North has always been this, pillar of divisions, and right now it's like it looks like the NFC least used to be, to where these guys are falling. Aaron Rodgers.
Did you watch the Bengals in the Bills game? Like that was probably the most entertaining game of Sunday, right? Like especially when you see the snow come out too, man. The Bills don't have that top wide receiver that can blow doors off, but they find ways to get up into the 40s. Like how do they score 40 points?
Yeah. Man,
3 tight ends.
Yeah. It's these unorthodox ways that people are winning games.
Three tight ends, Josh Allen and James Cook. There you go.
It's crazy.
And Joe Brady at the helm. So
yeah. So somebody's going to win that. And I will say the resiliency in the Steelers, and I saw it out of Aaron Rodgers. That looked like a younger Aaron Rodgers yesterday. I mean, fighting for his coach.
Fighting for his life.
It's like
fighting for his life.
Yeah, fighting for his life.
Where do you go with that? I've talked to a lot of Steeler homers that are ready for Tomlin to be out, right? And regardless of no losing season, they just say that Tomlin doesn't make the right decisions to get the right personnel in there, right? And they feel like Tomlin is okay with mediocre football.
Yeah, well, he's made a living out of 500 football teams. So not made a living, but that's his
come on. I can't say that he's Mr. 500. We're not talking about Jeff Fisher. We're not comparing him to Jeff Fisher, are we?
It seems like it seems like people are now, to where that's like the bar that has been set for him. And it's like, well, wait a minute. A lot of those 500 teams were like way above 500. Here lately it's been more in the 500. But look what they've given him. I mean, at the quarterback position, for example, look at the string of quarterbacks that he's had in the last 5 years. I don't see no Dak Prescott in there. I don't see a young stallion in there besides willpower.
Well, here's the thing too. Like, I think you're doing yourself a disservice bringing in Arthur Smith like that. He was able to ride off the coattails of a very young Derrick Henry that was just a freakish athlete and still a freak athlete to be able to do what he's doing at the age that he's in, right? And the miles that are on his wheels that he's collected on those wheels. Look, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm sorry, sacrifice Arthur Smith. Be like, we know this. It wasn't me, guys. It's been this dude the entire time. Right? I was forced to bring this guy in. All right, I owed him something.
That's why
I would be throwing Arthur Smith under the bus.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's like when we talk about Buffalo, their window's closing. They're 9-4. That's not a bad record, but yeah, New England's 11-2. So there's that part. The other thing for Jordan on
Denver is what? Denver's got a 10-win season. They're 11-2 as well, very quietly. So
yeah. So that's where all of that is changed.
Is the pack back? Are the Packers back?
At least for one more week, it seems like. And I will tell you, for the Texans, and we can get into this more tomorrow once all the NFL is done. For the Texans, this thing is lining up for you to take the South because Danny Dimes, that Achilles.
That sucks. That absolutely does suck. Go ahead. What's up?
Colts have been bent over backwards since the trade deadline.
Right.
Gave up way too much for Sauce Gardner.
Yep.
And now you lost Danny Dimes. And
it would have been all right if Danny Dimes and would have been good and they would have gone to the playoffs. I would have been all right with the Sauce. I think it was still overreach for Sauce Gardner, but you got your guy, right? And you needed to lock down some stuff on the island out there for the defensive secondary. But still, you just lost your franchise quarterback. Or your quarterback was taking you to, I guess, new statistical leaps and bounds for your offense there when it was just puttering with Richardson. So
the thing too is
you guys got to give me. I got to go check on something real quick.
No worries.
I'll be right back. Double R.
Yeah, no problem.
The Colts starter now is an undrafted free agent, right? Because Anthony Richardson's still on IR.
Yes, he is on IR. So now you go with Riley Leonard. Speaking of Notre Dame.
Oh God, yeah, they're screwed.
Yeah.
That dude can't throw the ball, or at least accurately downfield.
How ironic! On all days, Riley Leonard becomes the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts.
I got to give him credit because, that Notre Dame team exceeded expectations last year. But it is wild that dude is an NFL player.
I know, right?
Probably not much longer, but we'll see. Where is Sam Ehlinger at nowadays? I know he's not in Indy anymore, but what team is rostering him? Because, this is what I thought of.
I will tell you right quick. I actually saw this a couple of weeks ago where he is a Bronco. He's a Denver Bronco.
The Denver Longhorns.
Pretty good style right there with Bo Nix to where if something happened there and you had to go to Sam, I could see Sam kind of molding into that offense a little bit if he had to take some snaps. Hell, might get him a Super Bowl ring. Shit. Who cares how you get a Super Bowl ring?
They got all the stubby white quarterbacks in Denver. They're just missing Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
But hey, you talked about windows potentially closing.
Yeah.
How about this? With last night's loss to the Houston Texans, the Kansas City Chiefs fall below 500 through 13 games for the first time since 2012, and their playoff odds sit at 12%.
Damn. It
hey, this would be something to see.
Yeah. Hey, does he have a pulse? I think that should be the only thing that matters right now. If the dude has a pulse, get him in there, because they're about to piss away the South, and I think any chance of getting in the playoffs here with Riley Leonard. But yeah, Kansas City, and it's been. I mean, look at this. I mean, you're gonna last night Mahomes 3 interceptions. That's wow to watch that. But it's been, Pacheco gone, Xavier Worthy. I mean, receiver right. None of that has worked out the way that was supposed to, and it. 3 interceptions. That is so weird to see Patrick Mahomes doing that, where the magic's not working anymore. Just it's finally been figured out, right? The curse has been lifted, it seems like.
Oh yeah. And I mean,
great.
Kelsey's coming back down to earth too,
Yeah.
Coming up on the back end of his career. You got Rashee Rice, you got Xavier Worthy, but who else are you excited about for the future on offense? Not much,
That's the whole thing, where they've done a really good job of bringing people in, and they continue to do that. Like with Kareem Hunt, you bring that dude in because he was really good before. Well, he's not. I mean, that was like a Dallas Cowboy move right there, to where 4 years ago he did something really good for us. But you think about the run that they've had since 2018 to 2024. And that's pretty good in the modern day NFL, to where the NFL is built to eliminate these type of runs. So I dare to say, I think the run is done, at least for now.
Boo-hoo. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't feel
thing.
bad for them at all.
Not a bad thing.
They've ended the 49ers season a few too many times. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Don't feel any pity for them. But
yeah.
I don't know. Any thoughts on the playoff? You feel like anyone really got shafted? Because I think most people are on Miami's side of it. I'm on Miami's side of it.
Me too.
Now, should Miami have been ahead of Notre Dame prior to yesterday? Yes, they should. Horrible timing from the committee, but you play the games for a reason. I don't give a shit if it was week 1 or if it was week 12. Miami beat Notre Dame on the field, and that has to stand for something. So
yeah,
I like that they're in, and also I am a Notre Dame hater through and through. So the fact that they went and it's decided to opt out of a bowl game is the weakest shit I think I've ever seen in college football history. And I bet Mike Norvell's like, damn, we should have done that when we got our ass kicked by Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where I like Sark's optimism and kind of the attitude with this, to where it would be really easy for Texas to kind of go that route, to where it's like, okay, I mean, not quite the body of resume, whatever, although I will say, like I was talking earlier, Jordan, I've been shouting from the rooftop for the last couple of weeks that Texas didn't belong in the playoff. But after what I see yesterday with the Alabama getting in and the way this thing filtered itself out, okay, now I'm a little more to where, okay, I think Texas should have been, because they weren't even in the conversation yesterday. That's the kind of the shitty part when you go and you look at that, and I'm like, okay, they should be in that conversation based on what we're talking about here. But with Miami and Notre Dame, to me, it's like, when the dude stands up and says, we hadn't really thought about the head-to-head thing, which is one of the major things that they're supposed to be factoring in, right? We hadn't really thought about it until they got side by side. What are y'all doing then?
Yeah.
That's like paramount to this situation.
Man, someone posted a photo of the committee watching the conference championship games yesterday. And they had the Tech BYU one, or it was the Georgia Bama game, I forget. But they had 5 different TVs all in the same game. And 3 of them were synced up, the other 2 were not. So, like, it's like, why are y'all watching 5 TVs next to each other that are all playing the same game, and they're separated by like 10 seconds? Like,
yeah,
it's the college football playoff committee. Get a big ass projector, or go rent out Cosm or something. Like, it's not rocket science.
Call Tom McKay to hook all these TVs up for you. And it's like,
yeah, and man, at this point, like, I genuinely think the inside the NBA crew with Shaq, Charles Barkley, Kenny, Ernie, whoever else I'm forgetting, I think they could do a better job picking the college football playoff seeding than the current committee does.
I agree. This is a clown show. I mean, make it people like that. I mean, let them. Well, I was going to say the college game day people, but that's SEC related. But yeah, this thing is such a shit show. It's like it's all made for TV. It's like you know what you're going to do. I mean, the inconsistencies are all there. It's like, can we just let this thing play itself out and not rely on people? People will fuck things up, guys. They will, and they did it again.
Trends prove that too. The more people you get involved, the sooner something breaks or gets fucked up.
Human element, emotion. It's
hubris.
It's a bitch.
Man, should I try to pull up to the CFP committee next year? Our sources in the chat say they're at the Gaylord and Grapevine.
Do it.
Yeah.
Pulling up, just get actually demand that you get in. Demand it.
Walk in there with glasses, be like, "Hey, y'all need these?"
Yeah.
I'm here to make a decision for you.
Yeah. Get a commissioner. I mean, I've said Nick or Mac or somebody like that. I mean, get a commissioner that can override this shit. Anyway,
I don't know. I wouldn't mind having Saban on there and the stuff he'd say, but like, God, it was so blatantly obvious CAA was using all those ESPN people as mouthpieces for Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Like that part, he has to. If there's going to be a commissioner, they can't be repped by an agency, or at least an agency that reps other coaches or anyone actively in college football. Like there can't be any conflict of interest. And people talk.
I said this earlier. Once Juracek was up there, I knew our fate. I knew we were done.
Man, I knew it was cooked when the night before or the day before during all the conference championship games, they kept showing like the at-large chances. And it was Miami, Bama, Notre Dame, no Texas. So I'm like, they're not getting in. They're not in the conversation.
Yeah.
So
makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I'll let you get to the playbook. Wag, see you in the morning. Jordan. You'll have a good day, brothers.
Later, man. Be good.
All right. Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Wags. Wags filling in for Nick Harris today. Those Dallas Cowboys decided for whatever reason they'd interrupt our regular schedule a 10:30 a.m. press conference. So Nick is probably pulling into the Star parking lot as we speak. Or
what type of news do you think is going to be breaking at 10:30 today? Like because you said this is an anomaly. This doesn't usually happen at 10:30. So.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's anything big. I just assume it's because they played Thursday and the schedule's a little different. But I mean, I really don't know. But he will be on tomorrow to talk to Dallas Cowboys, all things NFL. We're going to start it off with this. It is around that time of the year. Players start to be able to go in the transfer portal, or I should say announce their intentions to go in the transfer portal. Worth a reminder. The portal window has been shrunk from 2 windows to 1. This is the first year there's only 1 window, and it is 15 days, January 2nd through January 16th. For those curious, rules have changed a lot this fall. It used to be like once you fired your head coach or he left and took a job, the portal opened immediately for 30 days for whatever program that coach is leaving or getting fired from. They changed that in like October, I think it was October, from it being those rules to now where when a coach is fired or leaves to go elsewhere, the portal won't open for those players on that team until 5 days after a new hire has been announced. However, that is only the case if there's an opening or a firing after the portal window closes. For example, Florida fired Napier, hired Summerall. It has been 5 days since that's been announced, but they can't go in the portal until January 2nd. However, schools like Oklahoma State and UCLA have already had players go in the portal and commit to schools because they were grandfathered into the older rules since the rules didn't change until after a few coaches and schools came open this fall. So just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, Trey Owens, CJ Baxter, announced they will be entering the portal when it opens January 2nd. Trey Owens, year 2 in Austin, last year was the third-string quarterback behind behind Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning. This season ended up as the fourth string. They brought in Matthew Caldwell, who won the number 2 job, and then KJ Lacey, the true freshman out of the Mobile area in Alabama, ended up beating out Trey Owens for the number 3 job. And I mean, the writing was on the wall on this one. I don't think it's surprising. I am going to be very curious to see where he ends up. Obviously,
do you think what teams do you think is a good fit for him right off the top of your head?
So
that he could go in and just make an impact, not just make an impact, but actually take them to a championship status.
Yeah. So if he's going to be guaranteed a starting job, it's going to be at a low end power 4 that probably has a new staff or a staff on the hot seat, and they're scrambling to get a quarterback, or it'll be at the G5 level. I do think he can end up at.
I actually thought Baylor would be a good spot for him if he was looking to get there, but
Baylor really does need a quarterback because the kid they brought in last cycle to be the future after Sawyer Robertson couldn't beat out these 2 kids that they basically signed just to have a body in the room. So Baylor has a very bad quarterback situation. There's no one in that room that's going to be playable next year, or at least I don't think will be playable. But with Trey Owens, I mean, I think he can end up somewhere power 4. If someone says, hey, we have, 1 more year with our current starter, and then we want you to be the guy. He has 3 years of eligibility left, so he's got some time. And, he's a smart kid, good mental eval. Has always done the right thing, said the right things, hard worker. And, say what you want about Sark's offense, play calling, and philosophy, how things have unfolded this year, but it does look good on his resume that he spent 2 years in Steve Sarkeesian's offense as
it's a pro offense, yeah.
So I'm very curious. I mean, I could see him ending up at a TCU potentially or UNT, like Nathaniel Loper says there, or Loper. So it's going to be interesting. So CJ Baxter, on the other hand, unfortunate.
Hold on, he could end up at UNT. So is Mestemaker?
He ain't coming back there. He ain't.
That's what I'm saying. Where's he going though?
Shit, anywhere but Denton, Texas, somewhere in the Power 4. I'm sure Eric Morris and Oklahoma State will try to get him, but I don't know if they can afford him. He's going to be one of the top quarterbacks in the portal.
It's so crazy. I mean, he wasn't even touted at all. Nobody was looking at this dude coming out of Vandergrift, man.
Well, yeah, because he didn't start getting any PT.
Well, no, but they don't throw the ball anyways, Vandergrift.
Well, they were towards the end of his career because they brought Deuce Adams in to start over Mestemaker as a senior. But, it's funny. I could have been the one to claim finding Mestemaker. There's a trainer in the Austin area named Sean Rutherford, quarterback trainer, also one of the coaches for Deuce 7-on-7.
Mestemaker this entire time?
Well, I got a text about this kid his junior year. And I was like, well, he hasn't played and won't start until his senior year. I don't know what I can do for this kid, or what if he hasn't played until his senior year, he's probably not that good. And I didn't really look at the tape. And then Deuce Adams moves in, and the trainer hit me up again, hey, I don't know how he'll end up in college, but I think, he can prove some people wrong. He's really good. He's killed JV. And I watched some of his tape then, and I'm like, this kid ain't bad. But I never thought it would turn into this. John Rutherford was the first to put me on to Mestemaker. But regarding Baxter, very unfortunate. I do think a lot of people understand this one. Remarkable start to his career. People forget whether it should have happened or shouldn't have happened. He was starting over Jonathan Brooks week 1 as a true freshman. Yeah. Jonathan Brooks was the first running back selected in that year's NFL draft the following April. So
after an injury too. After an injury. So
yeah. So with Baxter, I think he will be able to learn the offense wherever he ends up. I think he'll be able to learn it pretty quickly. He did at Texas and Sark's offense. Not an easy thing to do. But, we all know what the deal is. Injuries. This is a kid who had a lot of mileage on the tires playing in the highest classification in the state of Florida. For one of the state of Florida's better teams, or at least when it comes to producing not draft picks, Power 4 prospects. But by the end of his freshman year, it feels like every series, every drive, even sometimes every carry, he was limping off the field. His sophomore year, going into fall camp,
asking to come off the field, right?
Yeah. And then gets to his sophomore year, going into his sophomore year, and he blows out his knee in training camp or in fall camp. I think it was an ACL, MCL, and like a PCL. It was bad. It was very bad. And since then, unfortunately, I mean, it's been pretty clear to me he's not the same level of athlete, and it sucks. Injuries take that from athletes. And while I think that has kind of been countered a bit with, modern medicine and surgeries and all that, it still exists. Guys can still have their careers ended and not be the same athlete from an injury. And
what's the shelf life of a running back in the NFL still in like 2.5 years or some shit like that? Like that is a very small window.
Yeah,
that's just an average. Like I don't have that number. I don't have the metric just off the top of my head anymore, but it's not long.
Yeah.
It's not long.
Yeah, and I mean Baxter had, let's see, trying to pull up his stats. He had over 500 carries at the high school level.
And he probably did more than
400.
He probably did more than just run the ball too in high school.
Yeah, and he was at Edgewater, which is in the highest classification in the state of Florida. So he wasn't playing scrubs either. But he hasn't been the same athlete. Not as explosive, not as strong, not as fast, not as powerful, and it stinks. And I mean, I do think this is the right thing for Texas. I've talked about it a lot the last few weeks. CJ Baxter's not the same athlete he once was. You can't pay him like he's the same athlete he once was. And it sucks, but this is a business. This is roster construction and finding value, and you are wasting your money if you were paying him the same amount you were paying him before the injury. And it sucks because at the end of the day, this is still a kid who I'm sure would have loved to make the same amount of money and stay at Texas, but this is a business at the end of the day. So I don't know if, there will ever be a player who leaves Texas in the portal.
Give me 2 minutes real quick.
Yeah, you're all good. I don't know if there's ever going to be a player that leaves Texas in the portal that gets more support, more fans, more Texas fans rooting for him than CJ Baxter will. I mean, anyone can understand that situation with him. And I think, he'll be pretty fun to see going forward. A lot of people will be rooting for him, including myself. UCF, Eric Henry, texting with him this morning. Yes, David Brown Burner, CJ Baxter, and Trey Owens have announced their intentions to enter the transfer portal when it opens January 2nd. But with Baxter, Eric was texting me, "Hey, we'd love him at UCF." Eric's alma mater. I don't really know where to expect him to end up. I mean, I think he could probably stay Power 4, but we'll see. He seems like a guy that Mike Norvell and Florida State would totally overpay for and beat their chest about. And I mean, Florida State, he was committed there at 1.2. That was his dream school growing up. They almost got him. He visited. It was kind of like Derek Cooper this year, where he committed in the summer going into his senior year, stayed committed and signed, but was very close to flipping at times in the fall of his senior year. And he took, I believe, 2 visits to Florida State during the fall of his senior year. And no, that also, I was going to say that was the year they went undefeated, but it was the year before they went undefeated when it was like I think it was Norvell's first positive record at Florida State at the time, that 2022 season. And I know they went to the Cheez-It Bowl, and I'm pretty sure beat OU. I know they played OU. But, yeah, so, I mean, it was impressive that Texas was able to keep him. Something you also have to remember, too, Chad Scott and Baxter are both from Florida, kind of Central Florida, too. Baxter isn't one of Scott's guys. He didn't recruit him. It was a short choice. So, got to remember that, too. Was Trey the one who wore the goon mask after games? I don't know what you're referencing, so yeah. I don't think so. But yeah, let's see. Hey, USF would be nice.
A landing spot for Baxter?
Yeah.
Can we not bring him back at a discounted rate?
Or don't think so, or else he wouldn't have announced it.
His mentality, right?
Well, I mean, shit, I'll do the same thing if I was him. Like, if I could get Florida State to pay me at full price, like, see ya, Austin, and he also wants to play.
Right.
How much is he going to play next year if he comes back? Because they're going to go get a running back in the portal.
Right.
So, yeah. Messermaker going to Arizona State. That'd be very interesting. Have you seen any of the reporting on Arizona State?
I have not. What's going on there?
Okay. Some interesting
my son got accepted to Arizona State, and he might be going there, but I don't think he's playing for their program. So,
no.
No.
Shit. He'll be skiing the slopes, though. Chris Cartman, shout out to him, covers Arizona State for 24/7 Sports, the authority in the Sun Devils market. So last night, there was a big banquet for Arizona State football. Sam Leavitt, their star quarterback, who got hurt earlier in the year, has not returned from injury. It was always going to end his season. But he was the lone captain not in attendance at the banquet. Other captains went on stage individually. When it came time to honor Leavitt, Kenny Dillingham told the audience that he, quote, wished him well in whatever his future may hold.
And that's it?
On top of that, Dillingham told the audience it would be cowardly not to mention Leavitt while recognizing the rest of the team's captains, even though he wasn't there. 3 people in attendance told Cartman. It was taken as irony by some in attendance because Leavitt was the one who no-showed. Yeah, Kenny Dillingham is basically sneak dissing him for walking out on the team because that's what he's done. I think it was Pete Nakos that reported it a few weeks ago, a week ago, that Leavitt was expected to enter the transfer portal, and his brother tried to shoot it down and say it wasn't true. But, I mean, it was obviously true. Look at this, a week later.
Right.
So Sam Leavitt will be in the portal. I don't know who's going to start at quarterback for Arizona State. I don't know how the hell Jeff Sims can have any eligibility left, but even if he does, I don't know if that's their guy. They have a true freshman on the way in, Jake Fett from El Paso. He goes to Del Valley High School in El Paso. His nickname, El Passer. He's a top 247 kid. He's pretty cold. I mean, he's dominated high school football in West Texas, but really good get for Arizona State. And LSU was trying to flip him several times down the stretch. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, he's a legit kid, like projected draft pick, top 247 kid. I believe he's somewhere in the hundreds. And I think is the highest ranked quarterback Arizona State has ever landed. Because I don't think Jaden Daniels was a 5-star. I might have that wrong, though. But yeah, Antoine got it right. Sean Rutherford, Bay City legend. And, yeah, teammates with Cam Newton. Temple of Brutus said UT going to buy running back Jaden Ball from Florida.
I would take Ball. I would love Ball in the backfield, man.
Yeah, okay. People also have to understand this is like what's a good example of this? I'm trying to think of who's a good player that'll be in year 3 next year for Texas. Because, like, he's not the Colin Simmons of running backs. But it's kind of like Florida fans being like, man, we need an edge rusher. We should go buy Colin Simmons.
Right.
Like, that's not happening. He's not going in the portal. Jaden Baugh isn't. And if he is, you're going to have to overpay for him to get him because everyone in their entire entire country.
Isn't it changed a little bit because Texas is, I would say, in a better position to contend for a championship than Florida? Can't you use that as leverage? Or I'm sorry. What am I talking about? It's NIL era. Loyalty to teams don't matter anymore. Rings don't matter anymore, Jay Guns. It's all about paper.
They want the check and the snap.
No,
count.
I got you. No, I'm so old. That's what it is.
Yeah. And also, like, the irony of Steve Sarkeesian trying to tell Jaden Baugh, you got a better chance to win a natty here than at Florida. And he's like, we beat your ass this year. You know, like, he's not leaving Florida. Jaden Baugh isn't. That's not happening. So, would be awesome if he did, but don't think it's happening. Derek Cooper not coming into backup Baxter. Derek Cooper's going to play a lot as a freshman. He's not redshirting. I think we'll get a carry or a touch in every game. Maybe not early on in, like, the big non-con games like Michigan, but or Ohio State, I meant. But he will play. Let's see. Chandler Morris is trying to come back for a 6th year. I did not see that. Is Cooper making more than Baxter? I don't know. I actually don't know the numbers for either. I know the ballpark.
Do you have that intel? Do you have?
I know the ballpark range for Cooper, and it wouldn't surprise me if he is, because Texas only won that recruitment because they paid the most. I mean, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
They beat out Miami, Ohio State, Georgia, and Auburn for him. Do the math, you know. Let's see. Baud definitely coming.
Did you see this one? Did y'all see crying Mendoza after this dude? If he doesn't play in the NFL, he will be in WWE. He has got the promos down already, my guy. He is hitting it. Flipping champions. Woo! Oh my god, dude. I'm story though. I'm all about it though. What a story. I mean,
I was excited to watch the post-game presser because I've seen his other press conferences this year and like the interviews he's done on Zoom.
I have not. I really haven't though.
Dude, I mean, total square. You know, and yes sir, no sir, like good kid, but just
probably read books for fun, you know, right? Like.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong. There are really good books out there, and I love literature. I support literature, but I don't read books for fun. Like I read books if there's no other options around. Okay, or if I'm trying to fall asleep, I'll read a book.
He looks like a mathlete. You know what I mean?
No, for sure.
Like he's still probably wearing Sperry's.
He's an engineer. That's what it is. He's an engineer. He doesn't have he's all left brain. I think that's what it's called. Like he's all just fundamental, like here we go. Yep, no what is it? No sense of humor.
Yeah. No, I mean, do you think Mendoza still wears Sperry's in 2025? You know? And like fun fact, the dude is, I mean, it's very obvious, but he's very smart. He was committed to Yale, got into Yale before Cal came and offered him late. And I actually, this is kind of funny. One of my girlfriend's best friend over the summer and for a little bit was dating Chandler Rogers, who played at like 4 different schools in college, but was at ULM, then transferred to UNT, was the UNT quarterback before Chandler Morris came in, and Rogers transferred to Cal because they brought him in to compete with Mendoza. Mendoza obviously won the job.
Right.
But just hearing his inside stories on Mendoza, like this dude is a total geeker. just this nerd, man. And like watching the post-game press conference from the Big Ten Championship, it's like, man, I wonder what NFL scouts and evaluators think. Because it's like Kirk Cousins energy.
It's big brain energy, you know what I mean? Like I kind of want to compare him to Daniel Jones for some reason. Is that weird?
Yeah, well, I mean physically, but like he's got the Kirk Cousins vibes. Like he always wears the same khaki pants type of shit. And the Sperry's joke.
I don't know him like that off the field though.
Yeah, but
that was my first time seeing him in the interview, man. And and to your point about Kirk Cousins, though, right? Like, you like that? I mean, that is kind of his vibe, though, man. It's WWE style, bro.
Yeah. Woodcrest said, is Lacey a realistic option? He's going to be interesting. So, I actually covered him a lot in high school because Baylor was like in his top 5. He was never going there, but he always responded. So I kind of farmed content out of him. And at Lancaster, he had a brother that was a year older. Were they twins? I don't remember. But his name is Gerald Lacey. He was a safety. And he was like a FCS talent probably. But ended up at Mizzou as a walk-on because that's where Kewan Lacey was his true freshman year. And Kewan Lacey, I believe, was actually originally committed to Ole Miss, and Mizzou flipped him because they promised his brother a spot on the roster.
Oh.
Lacey barely plays as a freshman. Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin circle back because they had his commitment originally, knew him, and they tampered with him and got him to go in the portal. but they didn't want to take his brother. So Gerald played at JUCO this year because Mizzou kicked him off the team once his brother wasn't there anymore. There have been some, I should say, like rumors, because I haven't seen this actually officially posted anywhere, but apparently Lane and LSU have like been trying to get Kiwan to agree to like a backdoor deal to go to LSU after the season, and apparently he's not having it. So I don't know if that's him sticking at Ole Miss. It wouldn't surprise me if he hops in the portal, says, "Hey, I have a year of eligibility left. Who's going to pay me?" Or a year before I'm draft eligible, who's going to pay me the most? You know, so I don't know. I don't really know
about that too, but I also heard Lane try and poach Lagway during the damn game after Ole Miss in Florida. So I thought there was so much shit out there. I didn't know what was creditable about Lane anymore, right? Like,
oh yeah, but with Kiwan Lacey, Texas never recruited him in high school. Like, never recruited him, never offered him. Tashard Choice never saw him. He never visited. The only time he was on campus was when he ran in the Texas relays. So, you know, different coach, Chad Scott, but I don't think Chad Scott recruited him at West Virginia either. So we'll see. I could also see, you know, him and his family saying, if he goes in the portal, hey, I need a spot for my brother. So we'll see about that too. Texas did not want to take the brother with Zach Branch because they thought Zion Branch wasn't good enough to ever see the field at safety at Texas. And he was in the 2 deep at Georgia, and Texas's safety play was not good this year. Michael Taft got hurt, and it was horrible then. And
it wasn't exactly top notch when he got back either. It took a couple of weeks to kind of get back.
Yeah, and in retrospect, you look back and it's like, wow, Texas, that was pretty stupid saying, no, we like Zach Branch, but we're not going to do this because we're not going to take the brother. He can't play here. It was just not right. Meanwhile, in high school recruiting, they let the little brother or other brother tag along all the time, like the Coleman brothers and Umozalos. But yeah, with Kiwan Lacey, I don't know. David Brown said, I don't think any SEC team is going further than what we did last year, but Georgia, and they will meet the same fate as us losing to Ohio State. Man, I don't know. Did you know Ohio State has not hit a field goal 50 yards or further since 2019?
I have not known that.
And if you remember, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, however long ago it was, one of the best, if not the best, college football playoff semifinal games of all time, Ohio State, Georgia. I'd say it's up there with the OU Georgia game that went into overtime. But Ohio State, Georgia, when Georgia knocked Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the game because they killed him basically in the end zone diving for a ball. And they had a chance, Ohio State had a chance to move on and go to the Natty. And the field goal kicker missed it. Like, no one remembers that. And I'm pretty sure that was the year Georgia went to the Natty and killed TCU. And everyone looked at Ohio State, Georgia as the Natty game, right, because the other game was Michigan, TCU, and TCU won that. So that would have been, I think, the 2022 season. 22 season. So, yeah, is Wisner coming back? We'll see.
I'm all right with Wisner back. Like, I think Wisner's an excellent running back. And it's not just the big games that he has against rivals. Like, he does the one thing that I wish that he would get a lot better at is pass pro. Like, and that's what I loved about CJ, man. CJ, like, I don't know if people, pay attention to pass protection as much as I do or not, but in a year where we struggled at protecting our quarterback, I was very grateful when CJ Baxter was in because I knew if they were going to bring 5, CJ would pick it up. So,
man, with Baxter, I mean, I think there's potential for him to be at Texas next year. I think there's potential for him
with Baxter or what? With Baxter or what?
With Wisner, sorry. Okay. I don't know if I said Baxter, but with Wisner, there are 3 options. Back at Texas in the portal, test the waters for NFL. I think any of the 3 could happen. I'm not really leaning a certain way right now.
What's his size?
I mean, I don't know. 6 foot, 190 maybe.
Okay, I was thinking 180. If he's 190, I think he could put probably 20 more pounds on. Like, that's That's doable. But
he is listed on the official Texas website at 6'1", 194.
Dang, all right.
Yeah, but okay,
he
here's
don't
wrong.
look that heavy. He don't look that heavy.
No, I mean he's a very unorthodox, or has an unorthodox frame for a running back. But like this is kind of where I'm at with Wisner. He brings a lot to the team emotionally, in the locker room, as a leader. But think about this. Seriously, think about this. How many times this year, when you were watching Texas play another team, did you go, hey, Wisner and our running backs are better than the other teams? How many times did anyone believe that or think that? Because the main thing I think about is Quentin Jammer tweeting during the Georgia game, it is astonishing how much more explosive their running backs are than Texas is. Like, I seriously don't know if there's a team Texas played at the Power Four
we didn't
level
have.
this year.
We didn't. Neither. The only person with top end speed or that type of speed is Niblett, but he doesn't get the opportunities to touch the rock like that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not you can't run him between the tackles.
Right,
He's not a running back either. So, what I'm saying with Wisner though is like you have to ask yourself, if he's back, he cannot be the starter. He cannot be the bell cow. Yes, he's proven he can do that before, but the ceiling is limited with that. Like, the burst explosiveness from him is not good. The amount of times he hits a hole and it's like, oh, whoa, he's not getting any faster. Like I've said this before, it's like Austin Eckler towards the end of his career, where he hits his top speed a yard behind the line of scrimmage and just doesn't get any faster. But Austin Eckler was like 30 years old at the time. Trey Wisner's in year 4 of college next year.
That's tough, especially like I'm not just saying it because it's the SEC. It's just tough because it's football in general, man. You got to be able to have that ability. And one, you need to be able to have the explosiveness just to get out of tough situations. Like if you're boxed in, you got to be able to get it. At least make one guy miss. But Wisner can't do that. He's a one cut and go guy, right? Like that's just it. He cuts against the like he gets past the first wave, cuts against the grain, and goes against the other, goes against the natural progression, and then he's gone. That's the type of running back that he is. He doesn't have that scoot and make you miss. I feel like Baxter did have it, but the knocks kind of took a toll on him. I feel like he started out with the juice, but then it just kind of went away.
Yeah, Baxter pre-injury, like one of the most special things about him was his first step. And he kind of had, I think he still has it even with the injury, kind of what Bijan and Roschon have, where they get tackled and somehow fall forward every time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wisner doesn't have that. I mean, not every running back has that. It's kind of rare, and you kind of, have to purposely, subconsciously do it. But, yeah, I know that was one thing Texas loved about Baxter out of high school was how he always, fell forward and was a very efficient runner. Even during his freshman year at Texas, there were very few times like he got tackled and you're like, wow, he should have lowered his shoulder instead of dancing or vice versa. Like he left very few yards on the table early on. So still rooting for him. Yeah, Horns tough. We can talk about that in a second. Kirk Cousins plus Mendoza equals youth pastor. You like that? You like that? Nathan said Jordan's there rush to get the coaching staff finalized with the portal coming up. What I think will happen right now, I think Texas has a pretty good read of who is and isn't, or who will and won't be on the staff next year. That being said, I think they have done or are doing some back channeling, some research potentially, whatnot, to where if they decide to move on from a coach or a coach is going to leave, they can announce the hire or his replacement a day or 2 or 3 after. Texas plays December 31st, New Year's Eve, and the portal window opens January 2nd. It's open through the 16th. So could Texas announce, they'll have a coach with them the rest of the bowl game or through the bowl game, or could they announce after the bowl game, let them go out on top? I mean, I don't know. But I do think there will be at least one staff change for sure regarding the assistant staff. So, yeah, and that's about all I can say right now because, there's some other things we hear. Not all of it's final. And some stuff, I mean, they kind of let play out. So just stay patient regarding the staff. Yeah, Temple of Brutus bringing up high school playoffs. North Shore versus Lake Travis. I think I'm going to go to that because there's no one really left for me to see in the playoffs.
I always thought that Temple Brutus was up in Ohio just because of the name. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, if you're locked in on college or high school football like that, you got to be down here, bro.
Oh yeah, but I think CE King beats Vandergrift. CE King has more speed on their team than anyone in the state, and Vandergrift just doesn't. They don't have the athletes. And Lake Travis,
CE King, that's a Houston team?
Yeah, they're in East Houston. Their school zone borders North Shore, and for a long time they've kind of been a doormat because North Shore would just recruit all their best players. But they changed their staff and are keeping a lot of those kids at King, and they also let me let you in on some
undefeated still.
Let me let you in on some lore, Wags. Fort Bend Marshall. You ever heard of them?
Fort Bend Marshall. Yeah, actually, I have.
So that's where Devon Chain went, and they were regularly competing for state titles for like a 5-6 year stretch, and they've kind of fallen off. Now, Fort Bend ISD as a whole has kind of fallen off because they keep opening schools and the talent gets spread around, and there's so much recruiting down there. But at Marshall, they also had one of, if not the top track programs in the state. So their kids were God-given and more blessed than yours were, and they also went to track practice and were fast to begin with. So on the football field, it was a nightmare. You couldn't stop a man when they had Devon Chain. It wasn't fair because, I mean, that dude, I think PR'd at like 10-11 flat in college. He was running past everyone in high school because he runs past everyone in the NFL. But one of their main kind of cogs to that operation was an assistant track and football coach who may or may not have done some recruiting. Or I should say recruiting retention. He's now at CE King. So CE King, they're getting it together. If they hang around for the next few years, that is the reason why. Keeping the kids from North Shore and making some really good staff hires that can bring kids with them. Manchester Reds, so not expecting any names, but hearing any O-line portal rumors right now. Oh, yeah. The rumor mill is going crazy right now. But the thing is, like, 5% of the shit we hear right now, a month from the portal opening, actually ends up happening, and the rest of it is just basically message board talk with agents. Hey, I heard this. What do you know about that? And I'm like, yeah, there's no possible way that happens or other things like that. But let's see. Hey, PA Memorial, I'm hoping they can get it done. I was hoping to see Weiss beat Barbers Hill so they could play PA Memorial, but Barbers Hill won and then lost to Memorial. So I think they got it.
Where'd you go this past week?
Dog, I went 0 for 2. I wasted my time. I saw North Crowley and Allen at UNT on Friday. Allen ended up winning by like 12 points because they got a safety late. North Crowley just, man, they lost their play caller, offensive coordinator to Hutto. Hutto hired him to be their head coach. Eli Reinhardt is in year 1 there. And he was North Crowley's OC for the last 3 or 4 years. Before that, he was at Austin Anderson and was Ed Small and Anderson's OC. Ed Small's freshman and sophomore year, I think. I know freshman year. But he's a really good coach. Like, going to coach in college one day. He's turned around Hutto, got him to the second round of the playoffs, I believe. And he's just a good coach, good guy, and he'll be in college.
Did he take over for LaPlante? Or
Yeah. He's now the head man at Hutto. But at North Crowley, instead of hiring a new OC, they just promoted their own line coach to OC. And with all due respect to him, he's not as good at calling plays as the past OC. And also, they lost so many seniors and had a lot of talent that graduated. They still have a lot of talent. They still have D1 players at every skill position and on the O-line, but they've taken a step back. And they're kind of set up now because they don't really have consistent quarterback play where if they get down a score too early on, they're kind of fucked because they can't really consistently throw the ball. So, like, they were down 2 scores and they're trying to run the ball in the fourth quarter to get down the field, and it's like this isn't going to work. And since there's no one at Allen with the Texas offer, once Allen went up 3 scores with 5 minutes left, I got my shit and went and left. Because I was like, I'm going to beat this traffic right now. So
how many people are showing up to Allen games?
They had a lot of people.
600 in a damn band, bro.
Yeah, yeah. They had a ton of people. I mean, it's the biggest school in the state of Texas. Right. But on Saturday, I went and saw Willis play DeSoto. Jermaine Bishop and his Willis Wildcats were in the 4th round of the playoffs, the first time in school history. Yeah, they did. And, dude, that is probably the worst officiating I've ever seen in a high school football game. Wags, it was a 3 o'clock kick. You want to guess what time the clock hit 0?
Hold on. I'm trying to think. I've seen these types of games before. 6:30. I was gonna say 7. I'm gonna say 6:30. It couldn't have been that bad.
6:57.
Jesus. Okay, all right.
And DeSoto won by like 20 points.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it was back and forth for a lot of it. And DeSoto and Mathis, I mean, they want to win the box score, so they were throwing it deep with like 4 minutes left up a bunch. It was kind of bullshit, but and it was also bullshit because Willis threw a touchdown. Jermaine Bishop had a touchdown pass with 2 minutes left in the game. I mean, it was over. And all the DeSoto fans are booing. And it's like, y'all were literally running up the score the entire fourth quarter. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. And Jermaine was great. 2 receiving touchdowns, like 10 catches. No, I mean, he lost, so I wasn't going to. Yeah. I mean, I probably could have, but he was signing autographs for like half an hour after the game. And by 5 minutes, I was like, fuck this, I'm driving home. And if I do end up seeing Lake Travis North Shore on Saturday, I'm probably going to try to get into Houston on Friday and see him at a school, sit down and talk with him then. Maybe do like a cool feature story or something. But he was just outmatched. It was him and Javian Martin pretty much versus DeSoto. Booby Feaster, the USC receiver signing, who's in the top 100. Lined up at corner, went both ways, and honestly was holding the shit out of Jermaine. So much so that, I mean, the refs were just horrible.
How was that matchup? I mean, besides, like, I'm sure a lot of hand fighting, but I mean, Bishop versus Feaster, that's got to be fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he was holding the shit out of him. Like, it was ridiculous. I mean, Bishop didn't have his first catch until the second quarter, and it was a whip route that went 49 yards to the crib.
That shit go. I mean, how were they letting that go if they were throwing laundry all over the damn field?
Because they kept so 3 years in a row these teams have met in the playoffs, and 3 years in a row DeSoto's ended Willis's season. So there's a lot of animosity and tension, and like they're fighting after the play every other play. And it's all dead ball personal fouls.
It's just
but the reason everything took forever, all the refs were fat as fuck. I'm serious. All of them were fat, and they were meeting after every single play to call a flag. And they would meet for 2 minutes, and it would take them a minute to all walk to the center of the field to meet because they were all fat. And it was just horrible. It was horrible. And they were calling personal foul penalties all the time and weren't calling like face masks and horse collars and everything. It was bullshit. And there had to have been at least 25 flags in the first half. The first quarter took over an hour. And for those who don't know, in Texas high school football, it is 12-minute quarters.
Yeah, that's awful.
With the 28-minute halftime. So Bishop was like 2 of 2 passing for 9 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 carries for like 15 yards, another touchdown, and then he had 10 for 155 and 2 more touchdowns receiving. And once DeSoto started calling holding on Feaster when he was at corner, he kind of backed off and was less physical, and Bishop just started getting open on everything and literally had like 5 receptions in a row on Feaster. And eventually, once they were up enough, they took Feaster out. And then on the flip side, Jermaine started the game playing corner and would follow Feaster around. Did not allow a catch when he was guarding Feaster, and he only finished with 3 catches for 30 yards. But eventually, because DeSoto's like, okay, he's at corner, we're just going to go over the middle into the other side of the field. it's a lot harder for him to chase down the play if he's on the other side. So once they scored enough doing that, Willis moved Bishop back to safety, and he finished the game in safety. But yeah, it was great. I know we're running a little late, so I won't show us.
No, it's all good.
Today,
She's asleep right now, so we're good.
Oh, okay, sweet. Well, I'll shoot. I'm gonna pull this up then, because I mean, some of these videos are just nuts. Let's see. Oh, by the way, here's a look at his cleats. His nickname's Batman. This is what he was wearing on Saturday.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, pretty cool. Is it this one? No. By the way, Javian Martin, who I begged Texas to offer for 4 years, had like 10 catches for 110 yards and a touchdown. Total monster. Here's the play with Jermaine. He's right here on the left side, whip route, and just erases every angle.
Effortless.
Javian Martin with a great block. Where are some other ones?
He's like 5 yards away, like separation's 5 yards off that.
And look how long it takes them to get him down on the ground. And he's 15 yards upfield. Here's Javian Martin with another tough catch. He was catching everything over the middle.
What's his size? He's 6'1", 6'2"?
He's like 6'3", 230, 220. Here's Bishop making a catch on Feaster. And I'm pretty sure
while he's mauling him. Jesus, Crave's mauling him the entire time.
That's what I meant too about him getting held. Here's another catch he made on Feaster. He's just like his start and stop ability is out of this world. Oh yeah, watch this. He's on the right of your screen.
I see. Yeah, it's hard to miss him. Cooked. That's what we did not have.
This is with Feaster guarding him.
That's the shit I'm talking about. The ability to take a 5-yard route and turn it into 30 yards. Like,
well, I mean, look at his balance.
Niblett has that speed, but he doesn't have the route. I don't think he's got the route running.
He doesn't.
Down. He doesn't have footwork down. It's just sheer raw speed, man. Like
he's also
I've seen times where Niblett is looking at the ass of his blocker and he runs right into the traffic instead of going away from the ass.
Yeah, and Niblett also top end speed is faster than Bishop. The 0 to 60, Bishop has him beat.
Cooked.
And just change the direction. But why? He literally gets pushed to the ground and puts his hand down, maintains his balance when he's turning.
Right in front of the fucking ref.
Yeah. He was so good.
I'm glad you got.
And then here he is throwing one of his touchdown passes, just getting drilled and still hits it. That was pretty lucky, I won't lie. But
yeah,
he does plays like that once a week, so it's a really luck. Here's him erasing more angles.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice to have that in the
here. I mean, the thing too, he's 5'10", 155 pounds soaking wet. He consistently plays above his weight and consistently wins at the catch point. Here's him
running mesh route. Nice little mesh, all right. Yeah, but that's a mismatch and a half though. Him going against a slot trying to cover him or a nickel trying to cover him. No, actually they weren't in zone. That was man coverage, so.
Yeah, but like, look how quickly he plants his foot in the ground in the end zone and takes off, or near the end zone. Like that's God-given ability.
His separation, his ability to separate is fantastic. That's what I feel like Texas lacked a lot. So,
and this got called back for a hold, but he's so dangerous faking punts because he averages over 40 yards a punt when he actually kicks it, and then he can do this, he can tuck it, and he can throw out of it too.
Oh shit.
It was lethal. But yeah, he was tremendous. And for those curious that were keeping track, finishes his career 5th all time in Texas high school football history in receiving yards and receptions, and he's tied 11th all time in receiving touchdowns. He's the Greater Houston area's all-time leader in all three categories. So, what a career for Jermaine Bishop. Gonna hit on the rest of these comments really quick, and then we'll close it up.
For sure.
Lido versus Lone Star will be a banger. I wish I could get content out of that game, and I'd be going to it if so. But the only kid with an offer in that game is Caden Finley, and he just signed with Notre Dame. So, yeah, PA Memorial plays Smithson Valley. Okay, that'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting. I mean, that's polar opposite programs, no matter which way you look at it. Antoine said, Luke Babin, Ty Knutson, any more 2027 quarterback options? Not right now, but I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. So, I don't know. I've been kind of portal focused this past week, and obviously signing day focused in 26. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Temple of Brutus.
But are you saying that Jackson doesn't have that type of speed? I feel like Jackson does have that type of burst.
I mean, he's still not really going to hit a home run because that's not the type of running back he is, but I can guarantee you he's hitting the hole and getting to the second level faster than Wisner is.
Yeah, it's tough not having Henderson and Judkins in your backfield, right? It's tough not having that in your backfield.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Temple of Brutus is in Katy.
Oh, right on.
The Port Arthur Memorial game. Wow. See, King would have been your high school, left state at 10 years old. Man. You got out the right time for King. Because up until this year, they weren't doing a ton. I heard Bishop locked down Feaster and was the whole offense. Yeah. I mean, 7 of DeSoto's 8 or 9 touchdowns came from the running back who had 300-something yards.
What is he? What did you say he is? 5'10", 5'11"? Bishop?
Bishop's 5'10", 155. Yeah. Woodcrest said, how does the offer process work with Texas? Does their scouting team pull up a list of players with Sark they think should be offered? Ask me this tomorrow because it's going to take too long to explain. This is a long process. South Lake Carroll versus DeSoto. It's hilarious they actually get to play because last year they spent an entire season and playoff run talking shit about how they were going to beat each other, and then both lost before they could play each other. So,
I was going to say, it's a good one.
It should. I got South Lake, though. If I was betting money, definitely them. Patrick said, Damon Jordan, we hurt Bo Bentley and just got blown out by their starting linebacker playing QB and just running the ball the whole time. And I'm sure it was cold as hell, too. So, rough. Hey, basketball season, though.
Hoops, baby. College hoops. Here we go.
Anyone else see this? Temple of Brutus brings it up. The Cotton Bowl in Fair Park is hosting a night game. Melissa versus South Oak Cliff. The winner goes to state. These teams have matched up several times over the last few years. Sock has won every single game. Melissa looking to change that. But how about this? I mean, I didn't even know there were the lights actually worked in the Cotton Bowl.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I'm not going to that. I'm not going to be in the Fair Park at night.
I was going to say, I think there's a reason why those lights were meant to be broke or had the illusion that they were broke. So games wouldn't get played at night in Fair Park. So,
yeah, hey, Sock will be all right. They're not far from Fair Park. They'll be just fine. Melissa will have a lot of people at home watching the stream. Tell you that.
I just thought Jake's
Onslaught 706 says, how was Texas left out with 3 losses, but Bama got in with 3 losses? Well, one of Bama's 3 losses were in the conference championship game. I know they got their ass kicked, but they also went to Athens and beat that same Georgia team for the first time, and it was the first time Georgia lost a home game since 2019. They were not taking Bama out. It is what it is. Let's see. Jordan, a freshman QB, was playing like a senior. Yeah, that is true. Willis did a really good job getting their freshman quarterback along. His name is Lincoln Frazier. I'm forgetting his dad's first name, but his dad played cornerback at A&M and played in the league for like 6 years. He's a 3rd or 4th round pick. In Frazier, I saw Willis play in person twice this year. I watched a lot of their games on stream because I was watching Jermaine. He, early on, was doing a lot of dumb freshman shit. Like, for Willis to beat the Woodlands, I believe it was week 4 of the season, instead of, like, having Jermaine get doubled and tripled every snap, and it's hard for the freshman quarterback to make the right decisions and accurately throw the ball, they just made Jermaine the running back, and he had 32 carries, and they won the game that way. And they dumbed it down for the freshman quarterback. I was very nervous going into the Soto game for him because even versus the Woodlands, like, he did some of the dumb – he did a lot of dumb freshman shit, and it's going to happen. He was the only freshman starting quarterback in 6A in the Houston area. So he'll be all right. He has all the tools. He should be perfectly fine going forward. His life will be a bit different without Jermaine Bishop to throw to or Javian Martin, but he's got a great head coach in Trent Miller, one of the best in the state, one of the best offensive minds at the high school level. They're going to be just fine. And I don't really see Willis taking that big of a step back without Bishop on the team. So, yeah.
It's just wild to see that he dominated Feaster like that just because Feaster's just the more physical, I should say bigger, not physical, bigger guy. So,
yeah. Am I tripping? What's this about?
Anybody that gets their car
at Fair Park? Yeah,
Fair Park.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what? But I mean, Feaster's good. One of the main red flags I've always kind of had with him. So usually kids commit in the summer going into their senior year. In their senior year, like Colin Simmons, for example, he had like 8 sacks as a senior and like 26 as a junior. Why did he have 8 sacks as a senior? Well, if it wasn't 3rd and long, Colin Simmons did not give a shit. He was not defending the run. He was not firing out of his stance with all of his power or any of that. And he was half-assing it. He already committed to Texas. Everything was locked in. It was done.
Right.
He just had to play this final senior year, not get hurt.
Right.
That's how Booby Feaster acted as a freshman starting on varsity at DeSoto. And I got to give him props. This kid enrolled in high school his first day of school with like 20 offers he got from being a middle schooler at camping. He earned most of them. But as a freshman, it's like, dude, if you know you're not the first read, you're jogging your routes. You're a fucking freshman. You can't like take your foot off the gas till you commit and have made it or are close to making it. You're not there yet. So that rubbed me the wrong way early on because I always hate seeing players take snaps off. It's going to happen no matter what. It's part of football. Sure. But it just is not a
like, if it's fatigue, I get it. I understand. But also, like, raise your hand, get your ass out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, you know, he didn't want to block or whatnot. And that's gotten better the longer he's been at DeSoto. And I think, you know, when they played Willis, that's the most effort I've ever seen him put into a game. I haven't seen him play a ton the last few years, though. But he has all the talent in the world. He can be really good at USC. And with the athleticism he has, traits and all that, and he did reclass, and it's not a reclass to the grade he's supposed to be in. He's young for his grade now and should be a junior. Like, the only reason he's not going to the league is if he gets it his own way. Because he has it. He's got the traits, God-given ability. And the reason I think that was
so reclassed to get out of high school faster.
Yeah, to go get the bag earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Shit.
And
if I had 20 offers going into my freshman year, I guess I'd consider reclassing too. So,
oh yeah, I would have done the same thing. And he's ready. I mean, he's young.
Yeah,
he's 16, 17.
He's got the size, dude. He's there. He's there.
And Texas liked him a lot in 2027 when he reclassed. He kind of was down the board, and you know, to be honest, Texas got into it with his camp. They were asking for a little too much in Texas's eyes, or at least that's how it was told to me. And they kind of mutually parted ways. And he ended up looking at USC, A&M, and I think LSU and Bama were his 4 OVs. And, you know, obviously ended up at SC. So we'll be good. It'll be interesting to watch in the future. But, Yeah, that is, I guess, all I got. We can save some other stuff we have. I mean, it was a pretty big weekend, so I guess Nick and I will hit on it tomorrow.
Yeah, and if Nick can't go, just let me know, man. I'll be able to roll as well.
Sweet. Well, hey, up next, SEC Unfiltered breaks down the college football playoff bracket and talks about which teams have the best chance to make a run. Another thing, we have like a dozen stories written for players that have gone in the portal. I assume everyone does in the Texas market. A lot of very obvious names I think that the average fan will see coming, but just a reminder, no one goes in the portal and leaves Texas that Texas doesn't want to keep. Sometimes they'll want to keep them and the number gets too high. It's a bit of a different situation. But 99% of the time, if Texas wants to keep a player, they keep the player. Just remember that. So, yeah. We're getting out of here. Chip and Zay are going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. You can check them out. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. We're getting out of here, and we will see you tomorrow. Peace.